to get your information. So the food to be my pressure. School, school, school television. School, school, school television. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you just spoon you and know. The general crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Everything came from Brazil, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, my body. TV. Yes, my body. TV. Barabadibadiba. Skididi dabado. School entertainment. Kua. Let's say kua today. Kua today. To the school to get your information. To the school to be
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan Tunnel with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South America. Rogers on the beat.
To get your information. To the school to be my pressure. School television. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you just spoon you and know. The general crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Everything came from Brazil, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? It's my body. TV. It's my body. School Ba-da-ba-di-da-di-da. Skiddy-dee-dee-da-ba-do.
At 24 minutes up to 8 p.m. Liberia. Today is Sunday, the 12th day of October 2025. How are you doing tonight? For those of you listening to us here in Liberia, whether via Spoon 107.5 FM, Super Fabric 101.1, or via Voice of Liberia 104.1, and other affiliate stations all across the country. So yesterday a caller phoned in doing the What's on Your Mind segment, and the person was passionate about wanting Spoon Talk to be aired on as many stations or as many frequencies as possible. Well, we've heard you, we've listened to you, we've heard you, and as I did promise you on yesterday, that we're working around the clock to make sure that we can hone in and bring home as many frequencies as possible, not just within Montserrado County, but all across Liberia. So, yep, thank you for reinforcing that, and we can promise you that we're definitely working on those. If you're celebrating your birthday today, I'd love to say happy birthday to you. Wish you all of the best. Happy Sunday, folks.
You want to know what?
I'd love to say welcome to tonight's edition of 101 with the CEO. Former CEO Mr. Stanton Alexander Witherspoon Sr. is going to grace the program tonight. Their promises to be fiery, promises to be entertaining, as well as informative. So wherever you are, kindly do share this program. For those of you watching us online, I'd love to say welcome to you as well, irrespective of whichever platform you're using to watch us. Whether those of you following us via YouTube, our YouTubers in the building, just say hi. Just say something now so we can see you too, because whenever we reading comments and we don't mention our YouTube following, it becomes a serious issue. So rep your app. If you're watching us via YouTube, you just need to comment. Let's see those comments coming from those of you following us via YouTube. And I can see those watching us via Facebook, they've taken over the comment section. It's all blue from my end. You need to make it red too for those of you watching us via YouTube. Edward Sally says, I'm following from a 72nd residence this evening. G. Francis Mumolu says, I'm following from Johnsonville. Alfonso Dolo is watching us as well. Okay. The YouTubers are letting themselves be known. Asata O. Dawson is following us. Charles J.S. Young is also watching us via Facebook. Yumontor Asedu Mensah is watching us via Facebook. JC Chie is following us from Todi. It's Lofa Classica is watching us, as well as Alexander F. Dali following us from Bartnersville. Doudet Daniel says, good afternoon, everyone. How are you, Doudet? Oscar Ziangbe is following us from Gompa City there in Nimba County. Peter Tokpa is watching us from Omega Pinsville. G. Sylvester Ware is watching us from 10th Street Sinker. Ila Dollison Duncan is also watching us. Benjamin Kwehisili is following us from Central Matadi. All right, Per Campbell is watching us from Atlanta. Emmanuel Tagba Joa, if I got that name, Tagba Joa. Emmanuel Tagba Joa is following us from Minnesota. There, Anason Kroma is watching us from Logan Town. Emmanuel Freeman, Melvin Dumoy. Movie Sony is following us from Sweden, Malmo. Okay. Mustafa Haji Kane is watching us from Burville City. James Etter Yasa Wido Kokolu is following us as well. Where are the YouTube people? Emmanuel Edwin McTaggart is following us from California. Aries Tapla is watching us from North Providence, Rhode Island. All right, so the YouTube people, you need to make yourself known so that we can also say hi to you. Like Bernice Zoga watching us from Australia says, good morning, Spoon. How you doing, mate? Siafa Sharif is watching us from King Jaw there in Grand Cape Mount County. Gerard is following us via YouTube from Sugar Hill Community, Kakata City. So there is a Sugar Hill in Kakata and there's a Sugar Hill in Banga So it seems like Sugar Hill is all around. And Edwin Zombo is following us via YouTube. Francis F. Silu says, I'm following you guys loud and clear from Dupont Road, Painesville. All right, so about this time, we'll go down to the phone lines for Liberians to call us up and let us know what's on their minds. We'll use that time until it's 8 p.m. And Mr. Witherspoon and the rest of the guys will definitely join the program. But let's now go to the phone lines for you to tell us what's on your mind. There's been this back and forth about whether the EPS director, Semgay 50, has been fired or not. Oh, fired, dismissed. Oh, he's suspended. And Semgay said, no, I haven't been suspended. I haven't been dismissed. You know, Jefferson Koji says, no, Semgay hasn't been dismissed. He hasn't been suspended neither, but false information coming at Charles 51. The deputy there is trying to take the position, and a whole lot of other things happening. The presidential press secretary, Kula Fofana, said, no, he hasn't been suspended. He hasn't been dismissed. Now we're seeing another post again coming from Boyman JV. Boyman say, oh, you know, there are signatures being solicited, signatures being taken down to remove Thomas Falah. This is the second time we've had such a rumor playing in the public sphere. The first time was quite some months back. So Thomas Falah look at me moving too. Then the speaker, Rachel Kuhn, took picture of Thomas Falah shaking hands. Say, oh, we still together and everything. But others say where there is smoke, there is fire. But we're investigating all of these things, whether or not we'll see another drama up Capitol Hill. But from the legislative side, it's been rumored that, signatures are being solicited to remove T5. Well, whether or not it's just to shake T5 up a bit or to throw some wench in their relationship. Then across the road from the Capitol building, across the road, that's the executive mansion, so rumor about the head of the presidential guard, the EPS, has been sacked by the president. And he said, no, I haven't been sacked and all of that. But whatever the case is, we'll investigate. And whatever it is, it will definitely come out to the public. But as it stands, those within the presidency have said they haven't fired Semgay. 077771075, 055101075. Those are the numbers to call, and let's hear you out. What's on your mind? 1 minute per caller, please, so that we can take as many callers as possible. 077771075, 055501075. Hello.
Wait.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you calling us from, please?
Yeah, this Oscar we're coming from Gompa City.
Okay, Oscar, are you the same person that commented while watching, eh?
Yeah, what my mind have to do with the police battle? This country is very tough, and all Liberians are trying to sustain themselves. But over the time, we have observed that the highway patrol is still there to generate funds for themselves. Issuing drivers $50 USD, $40 USD on a daily basis. So I want to call upon the president. He said he needs to rescue this country. But the police director will not have police people assigned on the highway to generate funds for them. So I'm begging of the president or the police director to see reason that they are driving the taxi or the buses and the truck there. They are there to sustain themselves. But issue the $100 USD, $50 USD is very exorbitant. I'm appealing to them. They should see reason. They just guard and try to find daily bread for their children.
Okay.
It's not comfort for driver to be giving ticket every doggone day. When you get a ticket, they will say a ticket after 3-4 days, they get another ticket.
All right.
I'm begging of the police director to take up of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. 077771075, 055501075. Those are the numbers to call. If you issued a ticket by a police officer, the traffic court is there. You can go and defend why you shouldn't pay that ticket. If you feel it was wrongfully issued to you, you can go there and make your case. But the issue of traffic infractions, whether over speeding, whether overloading, whether overweight, and the rest of those things, it lies in the purview of the traffic police, whether highway patrol, whether they use speed gun to determine your speed, or whether you're driving without license. There are so many offenses, road offenses, that you can be fined for, issued a ticket, or better still, taken to court. So if you think you issued a ticket unfairly by a traffic police officer, you can go to the traffic court and make your case. But if you feel that the ticket was issued to you because you actually did cause a traffic infraction, then you have a period to go and pay that ticket up. But issuing ticket is not illegal. There is a threshold though, and it depends on the offenses or offense that you as a driver is alleged to have committed. Let's take this next person here. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Good evening to my brother Dama Blanca. Good evening to Spoon family, and good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia, and good evening to all radio listeners, be it finally and wherever places you are, part of the world. The need remain constant at Panso AF Camera this great Sunday evening. I am speaking to the people over there in our ministry, where they're not turning around to be insulting ministry, arrogant ministry. Pierre and his co-worker Daniel Sano want to use the national platform to educate them and clearly define their functions that they're supposed to perform as a government spokesperson. They don't know their detail, they don't know their function, their incompetency, and become arrogant and insulted. But at this time in point, I want to concentrate them to please be moderate and use the rightful words. Their choices of words to be kind. If they go after our political leader in opposition, we will go after them when they try to be connected to be their dealings. So let me tell them, their thing is to get the message and disseminate the information in our society.
Okay.
It's serious embarrassment and calamity that we are
facing. Let it flow.
Reputable personnel like additional benefit women.
Let it flow.
The L in the society they're going after. It's a fact. Even they tend to say that on the known reality Labrenpo are faced with. What mission came with to rescue the Labrenpo? But
okay, Alfonso.
Mission has become a key mission. Yeah, but
thank you.
October 10.
Come
What they spoke about, let alone in that mess, they had a political duel. They are the political duel.
Alfonso, listen for tomorrow now. And you'll call again tomorrow.
Let's get our skills. We should not play diplomatic politics. Let's play resilient politics against the
Thank you.
Thank you.
The man watching this thing. No. If this person offer you a job in this government, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. That cannot I just play. I'm sorry, Damo. I didn't mean to play Kano. That cannot I play Damo. I'm sorry. That kind of Baba I play. I mean to play that Damo. Come on, man. Today is Sunday, Damo. How you doing?
I'm super. How are you, Chief?
I came with fire, man. I came with fire. The callers can put us in Zico. I need to play this. This is not why If this person offer you a job in this government, will you accept it? Absolutely. Absolutely. I won't play that one. Whenever I see Kano in the bar, I won't play that one. But this is why I want to play. This is an embarrassment to our country. So let's play. That plays this from Joseph Bwaga nephew. Let's obtain it. Not me saying it. You go tell Daniel Sano to call him. Oh, Jerry, let me pay my calls them again because that whole ministry now that calls ministry. You go tell them to call them again. They got no shame. They cause man calls. They cause power calls. They cause sister calls. They cause brother calls. They say they're ready to cause anybody. The man who calls me today, Daniel Sano. They say they're ready to cause anybody. So Dama, that's the video I wanted to play, but I made a mistake. I hit the wrong button. You sent me the wrong video. But Dama, I'm in Zico. We got a lot to discuss. I know your people calling, our people calling, the Liberian people calling. Today will be a special show. We got Kano, the counselor himself. They call the man the Kano Bagbara. Wait. Who the man back? I'm remembering the name though. Damo. We gotta ask the guy for his origin. Yeah, we gotta ask this guy exactly where he's from. But they're my friend. The man can call me every day. He says, "See you, I put in my SQ. I will not be on today. Consider me off." I say, "Yes, sir, Chief." The man's a loyal soldier. He know when to call off from work. But guess who called me off?
When you say he knows when to call off, what do you mean? Is it that certain topics and certain discussions he doesn't want to be a part of?
Don't put me in your tabata.
You said it, so I just want interpretation.
I said the men know, you know, when you can't go to work here, right? You take the phone and call your supervisor. Oh, I'm sick. Whether you lie or not, they will say bring data note. Can you send me a data note? Can you say here we're going on a Friday evening? I respected that. They must send me what data note. That's what you do in a similar word, right? And he did it, and I respect him, right? I don't know what you're saying that the men know how to call up. One thing I know, the men know how to jump from one political party to another. The men were just there as a Liberty partisan. Liberty Party.
He's for development. He's a centrist, and his ideology is about development. So when he sees that party is not developmental or they don't have the what it takes to develop the country, you know, he goes to where he thinks they can develop the country.
If Kayo Barbara, my own brother and friend, is a centric, he will not take a government job. He should not take a government job.
When he takes a government job, he aligns with the government.
No, listen to me now. Listen. If he's a centric, right, holding government accountable, right, holding them by the jackal vein and telling them the ills within the government, whether it's CDC or UP or ALP or ANC or CMC or DDC, whatever C or P it is, Kanye, my brother and my friend, the greatest counselor that ever walked on the face of the earth, should not accept any job from any government.
Why?
He should be advocating for the needs of the Liberian people, advocating for truth and transparency, advocating for justice, good governance, advocating for that which is right, not to be in the government and try to say, oh, I just take it because the only way I can function. No. I mean, that's my point. I know that, my brother. That's my point.
So someone will ask you, how does it affect the change from outside? When he's given a job and a piece of job to perform, and then he can deliver on whatever it is the mandate is. So haven't you heard that argument too, that people can effect change from inside and not always from standing outside?
In the government, in Africa, African government, in a government that you can only speak well about. If you speak ill about the government, they fire you. So can you go in there with the mindset that if he thought, then they will fire him? The man also, him talking nothing that is bad in the government, that inside you go, you would talk.
But the man saying, nobody John Harton Susu, nobody John suffering Susu.
Then you are not centrist. Because if you are centrist, it means that you John Susu. Right? Then you are not Damo. If you dare and say you're centric, right? You got to speak on the issue. Forget about yourself. Because sometimes you eat gari. But that's a struggle.
Because they say he know John the Baptist to be eating locusts and walking in the desert. He said, nobody John suffering Susu.
And at the end of the day, what happened with John the Baptist? At the end of the day, he was beheaded. So Kyle, just right, man. Kyle don't want to be beheaded. At the end of the day, the king daughter asked for John the Baptist head on a silver platter, and they gave it to her. So Kyle read it for life. He said, man, I'm not a friend Liberian. I don't want to be the last. So you're right. And we got Kyle in the back. I see that he just
done better defend himself. He can better defend himself. The man is a counselor. He's the head of the Grand Jida Bar. So he comes in with heavy weight. So he said it. Oh, nobody in Susu. You can't be suffering yet. You can't be passing around hungry or all that kind of thing.
Then we agree, Damo, right? Then we agree. All right. Then we agree, right? That at the end of the day, come out as you are. Come out as you are. And listen, the thing that made this thing sweet and the Liberian people like it, they love when somebody come out as they are.
So is it kind of arting?
Huh?
Is it arting?
The man is a senior actor in the field of centrism. That's a new movie coming up, Centrism 1. The rise of
it sounds like a car lesson plate. Centrism
1. Man, the senior actor. I'll pick you out. Oh God. Liberia, when we come talk to the people on a beautiful Sunday like this, we got some serious issues to discuss. Let's put a joke that we're joking with Kanye, though. He chooses, he can do whatever he wants to do. That's my friend. But we got some serious country issue. Serious issue that this country must move forward in a forward march, or we destroy our children's future for the next 25 to 50 years. Wherever you find yourself. Do you know how much money going to Liberia every month? And do you know how much resources is taken out of the country every year in the billions? And GAFA cannot pay the University of Liberia people. GAFA cannot pay ministries. No U.S. component. Are you kidding me? That our people are still crying and just crying and suffering. Then when you talk, them ministers and deputy minister causing man cause and power cause and sister cause as a way to defend the government. Are you kidding me? And people send me the information, oh, the fire same gay. I say, who cares? I really don't care whether the fire same gay. That information was fake news. But even if the fire same gay, does that change anything? Even if the fire police director right now, does that change anything? I mean, people got to sit down. The country is in a bad place. And today I preach in church, you know. I preach in church today. I preach in church today.
Now, on est second Sunday again, give.
Yeah, you know, sometimes they give me one Sunday here, one Sunday there, because I'm not a pastor, you know. So I go and do my lay, Jesus walk on the water, you know. John 3 says, for God. So
prophetic see.
See that?
At the end of the preaching, they can do prophetic see, you know, when the pastor finish preaching there, the bow can go around, you know, for something to appreciate.
They tell you money. They tell you your money.
No, I just want to know now, so I can be able to call you after the show.
Man, we contribute to the things of God. You know, I don't think pastor should be the one on the church. I don't think
evangelist or you assistant pastor or you.
No, I'm nothing. I'm just a child of God. I'm not.
So they just allow all the children of God to preach.
Yeah, Damo, you know, you know. Let me tell you something, Damo. The pastor team and bishop team and deacon team, again, run away from Ewo. You're not ready, don't go close to Ewo. Ask her, you tried before, a part of centrism, proper agenda. And you know it, don't get close to it. Run away from
what you preach about today?
Huh?
What was your sermon, your message? Show yourself. And the message is show that self.
The coat with many colors.
Like, can't hear it. So who the coat of many colors?
No, man, listen, we talk about preaching here, leave me alone. The coat with many colors. I didn't say anything about candle. The coat with many colors was given to Joseph by his father, Jacob, right? There's a reason why his father gave him the coat. But the coat with many colors symbolizes a lot. You have hate, you have bitterness, you have the color hate, the color bitterness, the color envy, the color jealousy, the conflict color. You have so many things that were part of the coat of many colors. And you know the rest of the story of Joseph, how to put him in the pit and to sew him. But one thing remained constant and supreme. He had the grace that had no mate. One thing remained constant and supreme. He had the anointing that only him could carry. And at the end of the day, he was the man that redeemed Israel and brought back glory when there were famine in Israel. So the coat with many colors, you know, listen, I don't want to preach here today, but I'm saying to you, it was a good teaching, because I don't like to preach. I love to teach. It was a good teaching. When you are given that grace, no man can take it from you. They tried though, but they will not succeed. Who said they will not try? They will not touch you. They may plan, they may organize, but it will not come nigh unto thee. That's the coat with many colors.
Mm.
So I hope I answer your question. Let's start with invite you.
Yeah, you did answer my question. I know you're wiping your eyes because you're crying from
I'm
your
crying. I'm crying. The message is powerful.
touching, very emotional message. Even Kev paid attention throughout, though he's preparing to sing a show for the groundbreaking, but Kev paid attention.
Kev is a Muslim man. I don't know how to pray. So I don't know what kind of Muslim man is that. Yeah.
Kev, what's up with you?
Yeah. But man, I'm Kanye is here. Why you tell me Kanye is here? Kanye, how you doing?
Ajana is in.
How are you?
No, I just seen Kanye. How you doing, my friend?
I'm very well. We give God thanks, He has been good. So there's not a lot to complain about. As you're throwing the jabs, I was just saying to myself, as an old St. Patrick's a cathedral ball, these are the burial baptisms of fire we've gone through before. Voking Benin High School, that normal thing. And then when you go to all boys school, they bought it, but if you finish Voking, you say, you can't, you say like, what? I mean, what did you like this? So
you my man, you gotta understand Voking. You're right, that's true.
So the Voking by okay, enough. But and the thing is, I keep saying it goes with the territory. So we gotta go through this process for centrism to take hold in Liberia, so that people can understand that it doesn't mean when you don't win an election and now you in power, the government must fail. We got to open ourselves to that. I know it's hard to digest for a lot of people, but interestingly, we have an executive steering committee of very enlightened persons, right? People who are self-sufficient in many areas. And they have actually bought into this ideology because it makes sense. We have a secretariat of almost 15 persons, also very engaged people. They are also working very hard to advance centrism. And we continue to expand our network. CEO, don't be surprised when you see a letter coming for our formal launching that we are planning for later this year. The centrism movement will launch. And I know even if you can give any cash contributions, Spoon Network can cover us pro bono. So you see the kind of revolution that's happening around the way people think politically in terms of centrism. So all of this is to say that new ideas, of course, will be contested. I mean, you have the other folks who clearly, when they're not in government, anything positive for government means that you have compromised. So it's to be expected. But one point I wanted to make sure I know we just chit-chatting yet. You got some serious things for us to talk about. But I'm a full-time professor at the Louis Arthur Grant School of Law. All right, I teach full-time at the law school. And I've received my salary as a full-time instructor. So that means that Gafman has paid. I don't know whether he pay other people have, he pay us and he selected who to pay. But I have received my salary for the month of September. So that's just to put it out there that maybe there are incremental phases. I don't know how it works, but just to see that I have received my salary. I saw that alert, and I said, thankfully, at least I'm still employed. We're not stranded, and we're still trying to make things happen. But yes, centrism is here to stay, CEO, and we're happy to be.
Have you never received salary before? Kayo.
Yes, CEO.
If you receive your salary, text me your alert. I will believe you.
I will text you the alert with the figure on it, huh?
No, just take the figure or just text me the alert with the date on it. I will believe you.
I can text you the alert.
Yeah, text it on me. Text it on me. I'll confirm it right now.
I'll text it to you.
I will send it. I will send it back to you and say I believe you.
Okay. Let me see how I can block you some things because I'm just a little teacher.
No, we're not. Did you understand what I said, right? I didn't say the government pay everybody. I said people have not gotten the salary, right? The U.S. component. That's what I said. Okay.
No, I received the U.S. component.
Oh, but it's okay now. To send me the alert. We're waiting for you. Send me the alert.
I'll send it to you.
So I want to say to all of you out there, Dama Slango, the man in studio, a powerful man, by the way. We got a lot to cover. Kefiko Hassan, what's good, man? On a Sunday, you joining us, man? How you doing?
Not bad, not bad. But let me say this, Stanton. Let me ask this question: If you work for the government, right, and the president appoints you, you work out the will and pleasure of the president. Am I correct?
Now, what do people say?
So how can this man be a century or belong to centrism, work for government if he's going to work with the will and pleasure of the president? So anything the president say, whether I right or wrong, he cannot criticize. So somebody have
So when I make this sure about our friend and brother,
hey, man, I just need that simple.
The CEO is mine. Let Kev be free to speak.
No, listen though. I'm not saying I'm not saying someone may not answer. I am saying when I make this show about kind of
No, I'm not making sure. I just want to ask that question. It's just a simple question. Don't move on. Just a simple question. Maybe Diamond can help me. If you want to help me, maybe Diamond can help me.
But wait, Diamond. Who they call Minister Levi? Diamond.
Let me text you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. So at the end of the day, we just want to say to all of you, it's going to be a beautiful show today.
I my question.
But we're not Kev. So, remember, can you answer Kev's question? Then we'll move on, Counselor.
Kev, what was your question again? Let me help you to answer it since you're looking for answer.
I say if you work, if the president appoints you, you work at the will and pleasure of the president.
Kev, waiting for you.
Oh no, my screen went dark. I don't know, it just went blank. You can hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. What the question? I want to answer that question for you.
Okay, my screen just went back. I see if you work, if the president appoints you, right, you're going to be working at the will and pleasure of the president. What I mean, anything the president do, you support it, you're there because you work at the will and pleasure of the president. The president agenda, you follow the president agenda, whether good or bad. How can you belong or you call yourself a member of the centrist movement and then you work at the will and pleasure of the president? How can you criticize somebody that you work at the will and pleasure of? You sign.
Beautiful question. I think that question is fueled by a misconception of what centrism actually is. Because in your view, centrism means that you can collaborate with government. Centrism means that you can engage collaboratively with critique because you say that it's important to work with all sides. Now we got to be mindful, what is critique? For you, criticism, Kev, is to cost the government, is to say there is corruption everywhere, every day. Whether there's evidence or not, you must criticize. When something happens, you don't want the evidence. You just want to assume that it is negative. For you, that's critique. But where I come from, Kev, critique is about the evidence. There are many ways you can do critique. Through policy briefs, through recommendations to government, you can critique. Secondly, there's a difference between an advocate and a politician. Centrism is not a civil society organization. We said it from the beginning. We are a civic political movement. We never told you we were civil society to be neutral. We take position based on the issues. And so therefore, if you are a politician and involved with governance, you're not in government and then you go on radio to criticize. You're in government to help the system to improve. Now, let me finish. You know, look, if you want to be an advocate, for example, a Martin College, then forget about government political office. They just take the law and be an advocate. When you are a politician and involved with civic political action, you can work with government. But when you work within government, you're given an opportunity to channel critique in a particular structure. That's why when you're appointed by the president, you don't come on Facebook and start criticizing the government because you serve in the apparatus. Therefore, you should be able to channel information through the apparatus to help change the system. not to come up with be an advocate. So let me correct you again. Your misconception of what centrism is at the heart of the dilemma you face. We are not a civil society organization. We are a political civic movement.
What's the definition of centrism?
Pardon?
What's the definition of centrism?
Centrism is about embracing ideas from both sides. The idea that it is constructive, it can move the country forward, you embrace it. I don't have to be a unity partisan. I don't have to be a unity partisan to recognize when President Boubacar is doing well. I don't have to come from ANC if ANC advances something that is good for the country. That's the idea of centrism. It means that you can deal with different political ideologies. But the difference is that for you, Kev, whether any party, even if in no position they're good, if it doesn't align with the CDC ideology, you will condemn it. That's the difference between you and I. It's been very clearly shown on this platform all of the time you've been here. I don't care. Even if President Boubacar were to take water to wine today, Kev, you will say that it is wrong. They're wanting from somewhere else. You will condemn it.
Let me hold you there. Can you let me hold you there? And I believe in the ideology of the CDC, period.
Have you ever praised President Boubacar or lauded the government?
I will never.
Well, guys, listen. So I know we just brushing off as we welcome Emmanuel to the show. We'll give you guys a minute each. We gotta wait. Kano, you will talk and Kev talk. Kev, you can talk and you talk. Then we have to move on. Both of you guys are seditious, I believe. So you're from the same path. You don't want to destroy yourself at your business. But let's give you the chance today that you all face your issues. Who want to go first? We'll flip the die. Man, I'm a real man. I'm a fair guy, you know. So hold on, let me find Porter. I found a down. Kev, actually I'll give you guys 2 minutes each. Kev, head or tail?
Head, always. I'm always the.
Can you take the tail? So I mean, we're going to start the show now. I understand that, but we're going to flip this. I said, who's going to go first? If you're finished talking, you're finished. Then we'll move on. I beg you, y'all scratch this thing. Y'all put it down for good. Okay? 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, you get ahead. There you go. So you go first, and you cannot interrupt when you're ready to go.
Let me say this, based on the argument.
Enjoy, Emmanuel.
Based on the argument, Emmanuel, if the president appoints you, you work at the will and pleasure of the president. You cannot be a member of the centrist movement and then you work at the will and pleasure of the president, because you're supposed to be in the middle and seek idea from both sides. And you cannot work for the president and embrace the idea of the opposition. It's not possible. Because when the president appoints you, because you believe in the president's agenda, and you dare to move the president's agenda, and you believe in the president's agenda, you don't believe in the opposition agenda, and that's why you joined that government. So how can you be a member of the centrist movement and you say you want a job? It don't make no sense. You got to stay in the middle, because one, if you believe in the opposition idea they bring in order to change the country, you will support it. If you bring the government idea to move the country, you will support it. But every day you come on the show, including today, you will never see Kanye will go against this government because he believes in his government. Matter of fact, he went to Bomi. He went to Bomi and told the president, I will support you. Never see this man went to Mr. Cummings to say, Mr. Cummings, I believe in some of your ideas. No, you will never see Kanye visiting Mr. Cummings and go public and say, Mr. Cummings, this, what Mr. Cummings put, I believe it. You will never see Kanye going again to George Manawia to say, what George Manawia doing, I support it. He cannot. So he don't belong in that movement, because he's not representing that movement, because Kanye one job, you understand? And he and the good part to it that can you always support the losing side, 2017 before he came to us, he was supporting the Liberty Party, nothing. He came to us and 2023 we lost the election. So he always support the losing side. That's a good thing is where he supported his government, but he does not belong to the centrism movement. I don't see him that. I rest, Senator.
All right, thank you very much. Do you have any question for Kev before we move on? Carol, do you have any question? You're not speaking now, but do you have any question for Kev?
No, I have no question for Kev. I only will respond when I'm given the opportunity.
Sure, then take it away, respond. Your 2 minutes.
Well, I think the problem that Kev faces is a problem of comprehension. And in that regard, I cannot help him. In Kev's mind, the idea of moving a country forward is about political parties. When people have views about how the country can move forward in a positive manner, it doesn't matter to Kev. It's either the opposition or the ruling party. For example, when President Boyka embarked on a reconciliatory tour, for Kev, it doesn't matter that it's about reconciliation and it's positive for the country. The fact that it is President Boyka and the UP, he must condemn it. If President Boyka goes ahead and they say the oil company attracts investment to the country from Total Energy, which is an example of faith in the business sector, Kev doesn't care about that. As far as Kev is concerned, it is the government. So for Kev, critique is about going against the government. That's why he and I differ. Now, let's address this question of Kanye wanting job. This whole conversation started because CEO, you asked a hypothetical question. Hypothetical, let me break it down for Kev, means this is not the case, but if it were to happen, what would be your response? That's what hypothetical means. I never went and say, give me a job. I never came and declare on this platform and say, I want a job. That's not the issue. The issue was if you are asked, what will you do? And I was very clear. And I'll be clear again. If the president taught me worthy of his consideration, I will accept it because I believe I can move the country forward. So let me come back to the issue again, Kev. Centrism is not being devoid of engaging with government. In fact, when you look at the history of centrism, key centrists have collaborated with government as long as the policies of government are about good governance and moving the country forward. So there's no dichotomy here. What we need to do, Kev, is we must get to a place where we can appreciate development irrespective of who leads it, irrespective of who the president is, irrespective of who's running the country. You and I are seditionists. I espouse a centrism ideology. Simply because President Boyka is president does not mean I must damn the country. If there is a crime I committed, then sentence me. But I will not damn Liberia simply because President Boyka and UP lead the country. I want a better country. I want Grand General County, where I come from, to be prosperous. I want Liberians to enjoy economic opportunities. If President Boyka continues to move in that direction, I will support him. And Liberia is bigger than any political party. Liberia is bigger than the CDC, it's bigger than the UP, it's bigger than ANC. We must pray for good things to happen. That is what centrism is all about. And I hope you can understand that.
Thank you.
Thank you, CEO.
No, thank you. Kev, do you have a question for Kano?
Yes. Kano, do you believe
right.
that the removal of Speaker Kofa was wrong? Do you believe that? Do you believe that?
Well, I have stated my views on the matter. I believe it was a political question, which was clearly played out in the public glare. Members of his parliament in numerical strength decided that they did not want him. That's the height of democracy. So it's not a question about moralistic feelings. It's the question of was democracy in practice. I believe it was. I believe his colleagues decided to remove him, and they removed him.
So you believe in going against?
So we gotta go, Kev. Thank you very much, both of you. I hope y'all hash it out as seditions. one gracious edition, one hardcore edition.
We gotta have our say. We gotta have our say.
I'm coming to the audience. You guys are the audience. I'm coming to you guys before we get into our conversation tonight. I hope you guys have the time to really tell us exactly who's the real sedition here. I want to welcome to the show Emmanuel G.K. George. With the background, we believe that you are now back home in the United States. Okay, you are not in with that background. We want to welcome you. I want to welcome my brother Jefferson Chesson, who for the past 3 days been off due to pre-celebration of the building of the CDC party headquarters. We want to welcome you, brother Jefferson. Let me bring in Gibson Gerald. Gibson, a lot of stuff. Your brother is here, and you know, your brother, our brother Kano is here, and I know you want to respond to him. Not to forget the former councilman, Winfred Russell. I want to welcome you, sir. How you doing today?
I'm okay, man. I'm okay. It's great seeing you all. Beautiful Sunday here in the great state of Minnesota. So it's always a pleasure to join you all to talk about the issues that are important to the people back home.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we're going to start with you, Emmanuel. Let's just brush it off. We got about 8 more minutes to do this. Let's start with you, Emmanuel. What's your take on the Kano and Kev Hassan exchange right now? Then we'll go into our stuff for today.
You want to put me in the middle of the Oh, I think it was a robust conversation between the two outstanding gentlemen. Hopefully, each side will understand where the other stands at the moment. I mean, I respect Kano's view with centrists and his patriotism to work in the Liberian government if he's called upon, and I also respect Kev's view with of wanting to be on his side. It was what his name Robert Mugabe that said neutrality is also a side, so everybody should pick a side that they are on. So it was a great conversation between the two of them. It's a CDC conversation. Maybe Jeff will have a better input in this conversation than I will. But good evening to the Liberian people. It's wonderful to be in your home this evening.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Let me bring in my friend, brother Jefferson Chesson. Welcome to the show, sir. Jefferson, we are not hearing you. We are not hearing you. Hold on 1 minute, Jeff. Just hold on 1 minute. I think I know what's happening. Hold on. Let me see if I can bring you on. Say something, Jeff. I think you're good now.
Uh-oh. Yes, sir.
Yes.
You getting me now?
Yeah, welcome. Yes, we get you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And good evening to the panelists, Kev and Kanyo. I hope you guys enjoy your weekend. So yes, thank you. Start out today, it looked like we started off firing with each other already. And my brother Kanyo is there promoting his centrist idea. And that's good for you, Kanyo. I like the fact that you believe in your centrist idea. But I think centrist is not good for our country. I think it undermines our democracy. But just one question, and Kanyo, when you got converted, when you started to believe in centrism, the last 6 years when you served in the CDC government, you did not talk about centrism. You saw the guys on the other side who fought to bring down our government. They did everything they could do to bring down our government. You did not talk about centrists at any point in time. And even during the campaign, you did not speak about anything about centrists. You only started to talk about your centrist movement just after we lost the election, where you kind of serve as the spokesperson. And I don't, and Stanton, the man hasn't sent my last grade, so I just hope you will not, hold it against me. But it's just a straightforward question, Prof. And I just want to know, when you realize that centrism was a way to go. You serve in the past government, in your own government, you campaigned and you did not mention about centrists. You were the spokesperson of the campaign. And I really think you did not do a good job. And then right after we lost the election, you decided to be a centrist. I didn't understand that part, you know.
Yeah, thank you. No, I'm just wanting you to what you guys discuss and whether you to just talk to see exactly. And not to ask kind of question. He's not a guest here, but we hear you. Thank you very much, Jefferson. Gibson, let's hear you because we got to move on. What you make about Kev and
but CEO, don't you think since he posed a question, it would be good just to very quickly respond to him, please?
But you don't have to respond whether the mentor didn't respond.
No, it's a question. I'm just begging CEO quickly to respond to you.
Go ahead.
First thing, point of correction, I did not serve the CDC government for 6 years. I served for 3 years. I left the UNDP in 2020 when appointed by President Weah to come to government, where I was the coordinator of the UNV program at the UNDP, a professional staff there. I served for 3 years. Let the record reflect that. Secondly, you asked when I became a centrist. And Jeff, every time you ask me a question, you force me to expose your hypocrisy. Because you and I discussed all of the, I don't want to call it the mess within the CDC, but all of the challenges we face with professionalizing the CDC. You and I discussed forming an independent CDC, Jeff. So when you come here and ask me a question about where you and I discussed forming an independent CDC, Jeff. So when you come and ask me a question about when I started to have issues with how decisions were made in the CDC and how they affected our politics, then I find it extremely hypocritical. Because you know when my issues with how decisions were made started, it predated the campaign. And you, as my friend,
no, that's not
who
true, that's not
true. Jeff, you can't do that.
Who you are going out, discuss every day. You are an integral part of those conversations. Even a fanatic conversation, you know what the conversation that we had about that particular issue. But now you come and ask me this question as if you don't know where this is coming from. But let me tell you exactly. As we were closing the campaign, not even after the results are come in, I just became absolutely fed up with the toxicity that I saw in the political sphere. And I said to myself that if this is going to be a leap of faith, it will be a leap of faith that I will take. Because a lot of you don't really feel loyal to the way things are, Jeff. A lot of you, including Kev. But you are afraid to be branded as a so-called betrayer. So you stay where you don't want to be. You question all of these things, yet you remain there. That's not in my nature, Jeff. I'm not a chameleon. When I want to confront people and confront issues, I take a position and I move. And that's what I've done. And I'm saying that I'm a centrist. The values require us to collaborate with government where it is positive and to offer constructive feedback. And you have always known this, Jeff, because you are a very close friend and brother of mine, and we have had those conversations.
Kayo, let's hold you right, guys. We will not dwell on this. We're going to start 5 with Russell here, and then we'll leave. Jeff, we'll give you a chance to respond after the others speak, because it is important to know now you were in this century thing, and you were in the independent CDC thing. I'm kind of surprised. Oh, you got no. Listen, this is not about laughing thing. We got Liberians listening to us, right? If what Kanye is saying is true, then I mean we have a lot of cowards, so many cowards in the country that cannot come out to speak, right? You got to speak. You got to be you. But I will leave it like that. If people decide that you and Kanye discuss issue about forming an independent CDC. This is not my first time hearing this, but my first time hearing your name being mentioned. I knew the conversation was up there about independent CDC. But Gibson, man, this conversation is getting interesting, Gibson.
Absolutely, it's getting interesting. Jeff, what kind of course is Kanye teaching you?
Kind of talking about international law, right?
International law.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit troubled that he is an instructor of law and he is postulating that what happened at the Capitol is a political matter. Kanye is my brother. I will normally defend him anywhere, anytime. But it is a disgrace for a law professor to describe what happened at the Capitol as a political event or a political imbroglio. What happened at the Capitol was a legal matter. It was based on the basis of legality. Those laws, those rules that are written, can you know the differences of primary law, secondary law, and tertiary law? He knows that. I'm not a lawyer. I did law for 4 years, but I'm not still a lawyer. I'm a paralegal. And we are told that every body of law is very important for anyone to protect, especially those who are officers of the court. And Kanye is an officer of the court. And for him to tell the Liberian people that he does not even have an opinion on the basis of legality of the action that was taken at the Capitol, it tells me very, very, very resoundingly differently about how he teaches his law. How do you expect Jefferson Chesson to even believe in his tutorial when you look at people flagrantly, blatantly violating the canons of the House, the laws of Liberia, the constitution of the country, and you come and say it is a political imbroglio? This is unfortunate. On the issue of whether he leaves CDC and doesn't leave CDC, I don't have a problem with that. And the only problem I have with Grangidians is that they have a bad ending with CDC. George Solo, he was chairman of the CDC. He left CDC and became a Marcosser and Parcosser of George Weah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is Kanye from Grand Gida? Are you a Grand Gida?
It's a Bagbala's son.
Oh, okay.
He's a Virginian.
I know. Go ahead.
And he's one of the Grangidians I admire. I must admit, I said that with many people in Granjida. In fact, people who criticize the decision of centrism, and I told them it is not something to criticize on the issue of centrism. But I have problem when you Grangidians continue to join CDC, leave CDC, and become a target shooter of CDC. You can leave CDC without being a target shooter. Listen, guys, we have a responsibility, whether you're a lawyer, whether you're a journalist, whether you're a political commentator, that whatever a legal infraction is, it will be called out. And Kanye has a perfect opportunity to call it out. Whether Baga gave him a job or doesn't give him a job, he's a lawyer. And there's a balance in law. It says when all else failed, then law. He knows what I'm talking about. When all else failed, then law. Kanye will not look for a job. Even if I come to Liberia, we can start a law firm, I can be a paralegal, and we'll make money. But it's not about job. It's about the way you carry yourself. And I think Kanye need to readdress this issue about the issue of the law. The removal of Fanatikova is completely a legal infraction, a constitutional violation, and the flouting of the Supreme Court of Liberia by the president who's supposed to uphold the law. And this is going to haunt our system for the long time. We don't have a lot of time on this. I got a bunch of stuff to say. I wanted to respond to the long time on his page, but I can't do that right now.
So thank you very much. Let's move. We got a lot to discuss. We'll be ending with our brother Winfred Russell. Councilman, let's hear you, my friend, if you care to weigh in on Kev Hassan and kind of exchanges.
Thank you. Once again, great seeing you all, and welcome to all of the viewers and listeners who are watching and listening to us this evening. Let's say welcome to you as well, and to Diamond, who's in the studio. Thanks for holding down the ground as we discuss the issues that matter most to people back home. I think bipartisanship is just another word for bipartisanship is a good thing. And, you know, so whether you want to take a centrist position on a particular issue, For us here, in order to get things done, you have to employ a sort of bipartisan approach to getting things done. So I can see the value of it there. Now, whether people are going to appreciate it in Liberia is a whole different story, but it's a novel idea, especially considering how polarized the country is and how really toxic our political economy is becoming. So I think one way to help to ameliorate the distension and all of that in our political space is to introduce bipartisanship or centrism, or taking a central neutralized position on a particular political issue. So, I think it's a good thing. So what Councillor Agbala is trying to do, I think it's great. I just hope that more politicians in Liberia can embrace that whole centrist approach to governing.
All right, thank you very much, Russell. We'll give you a few seconds, Dara. Wait in real quick. Dara, I told you guys also be on Saturday. You can't interrupt the older folks here again, man.
No, I just probably so a good to be here. Good evening to all of the panelists, and let me say congratulations to you, Councillor Agbala, for the formation of the centrist movement. It is a good idea, but I want to ask you a specific question. Considering that centrism is all about being in the middle of the left wing, the right wing politics, are there specific achievements you can point to on the past administration that have made significant impact on George Weah, the former president?
Okay, so before Kayo come in to speak to your question, we got to close this thing. I'm going to give just a few seconds to Jefferson to respond to Kayo, because people are texting me saying the allegation from Kayo that Jefferson were part of those forming an independent CDC is very, very scary. Jeff, were you
Thank
in
you,
any
Stada.
discussion to form independent CDC?
First thing, Stada, I'm just hearing that from Kanye. And Kanye, it's disgraceful for you to blatantly lie on this network that you even talk to me. It's a blatant lie, and I'm surprised that you do that. But however, you did not even answer my question, and you went straight to talking crap. So yes, Kanye. Kanye and I were good friends, and we talk a lot of things. Kanye tried encouraging me to support his central movement. And when we spoke, I said, you have a good idea, but personally, I don't support that idea. I have a side, and I remain on my side, but as a friend, your idea is good. You can move ahead with that. Was this discussion I had with Kanye. Other than that, I just hearing what he called independent CDC. I mean, that is far-fetched. That's something I've never heard. And sometimes I just hearing that word from Kanye and you on this network. The CDC is a united body. We stand.
Not from me. You all heard from Kanye. Don't put me inside.
And Kanye, it's my first time hearing that from you. Exactly. And I think we shouldn't peddle lies and dishonest conversation. Kanye, you're a counselor, and I think as a lawyer, you survive on, and you should stop peddling the kind of lies. We had a conversation about your central movement, which I say, yes, I suppose is a good idea. As a friend, you can go on with that. But I have a side, and that side is the CDC, and I respect that side, and I remain with the CDC. And there's nothing we discuss beyond that, Kanye. So let's just be friends with each other.
Thank you, Jefferson. Jefferson, thank you. I hope you are focused on this show and listen. I didn't bring in independent CDC kind of to us. So don't put me inside backing it, yeah? So let's go back to Kayo. Kayo, he said that's not true. So just close up and then leave.
CEO, you see, the way I do my politics is I don't attack people. I only respond when I see hypocrisy and I'm being attacked. And you will note, from the minute I appear on this platform, I've never said anything to anybody unless provoked or accused by either of my CDC brothers. Jeff and I, and the conversation about the independent CDC predates even the formation of the centrism movement. Jeff, as a fighter for the CDC, wanted a job at the PPCC. The CDC could not give it to him after taking his money and eating his money. I know how angry Jeff was and how burnt up he was. And I know the conversation we had heart to heart as professionals embedded within the party and the disposition of the party to professional people. So I don't come here to say these things, but when Jeff wants to come on this platform and accuse me and try to downgrade the work that I put into this, I went to 11 counties propounding what President Weah did. Show me how many of them traveled to even 3 counties in the elections. I fought honestly and very hard for President Weah to be president. The Liberian people rejected him. President Boga is president, I support him. Is that a crime I committed that Jeff will come here and attack me when he knows he's dissatisfied? When Kev even knows, even the Kev is dissatisfied. All of them who said the Akaros dissatisfied, complaining behind doors. But when we take a position, you come publicly and criticize us. Is that how we want to run government in the country? Hypocrisy will bring the country down. It is not because we lack people to move the country, but we got to be firm. If you want to take a position, take a position. Don't stay eternally and entertain ideas of the saint and act like you are happy when you are not happy. So Jeff knew independent CDC conversation that centrism was formed a few months ago, about 4 months ago, because I know that if I had kept waiting for cowards like Jeff, we would never make a move. So I made that move. And there are many Liberians who believe in ideas like this. So we're going to move forward. It's not for how many. It's about how people believe and they are committed to move and how they are found. So I just want to make that out. Very quickly, my big brother Geshe Jeru, political question is a legal doctrine. When I say it was a political issue at the Capitol, I'm not saying legality was not raised. But if you do a better research on what a political question is in legal doctrine, you will understand that folks will raise it as legality. But the courts will not pass on it because they will consider it to be political in nature because they don't want to interfere with the workings of the other branches of government. That's my legal opinion on the matter. And that's why the court behaved the way it did. If you say because of that, I'm not worth my salt, I respect your views. But I'm not the only lawyer who shared that view. The
president we got 2 minutes, the guys, so we got to move on. We appreciate you. We're going to start the show, and I like to start in this form. And Mano, it was good having this conversation. But the independent CDC thing, we will explore it more. I think that is dead now. I think people dropped that because, yes, indeed, people was talking about shifting from Joe Weah. Some people say that they don't want Joe Weah to be the standard bearer of the party. Some people say they can. A lot of things were happening. I don't know if I can believe Kyle to say Jefferson was part of that formation. It's up to them. They are all sedition. They can decide on that. Guys, let's get into our conversation. We respect you, Kyle. Thank you for joining the team. That you can come every evening to share your thoughts, whether you're from centrism or UP or ANC, whatever branch you're from. This is our Liberia. We say thank you. Yes, indeed, I will tease on you and jab you once or twice, but it's okay. That's what we do to bring some flavor to the conversation, like everybody here. So it's nothing personal, and I hope we can discuss the issue pertaining to our country. Now, something is happening in Liberia. A lot of conversation coming up now, and I want us to get there. Emmanuel, you just came back from Liberia. I will give you the chance. Somebody is in Liberia that went there, and I will ask them, how is our country doing now? Okay? And then we'll talk about the financial institution problem the country is faced with. I received a full information today. The House of Representatives have exhausted all of their funds because they have demanded the fund from Gafwan that, listen, we got to spend this money for students who reason 2 months to go in this government, nothing left for the House of Representatives. They're also having some effect on the Senate. Let's just understand The House of Representative member went to a meeting with Fred Russell this going Wednesday. It was a serious, people, they nearly fight each other. Michael Thomas, and I will read the meetings, I have the meeting minutes. They went to Sekou Kane House, and they know what I'm saying. And they expressed some dissatisfaction. They are not happy. They expressed serious dissatisfaction. And now we believe that moving forward, what we're hearing probably will take place. Wednesday meeting, by the majority Black, you have few of minority Black members, the Abu Kamar and all of them, few of them were there. They went to Sekou Kane House, one of the lawmakers. While at Sekou Kane House, they were speaking about dissatisfaction. This, I'm reading from the meeting, went for us, and I will not share it because it's very important. I can only read from it. Most of them are not satisfied with James Colette, representative from Bon County. He's the chair on Ways, Means, and Administration. Yeah, they have exhausted all the funds, all the money. There is no money left for them for this year. They demanded that Gafwan gave them all the money. The question people are asking Stanton, what's illegal? And thank God we get counselor and paralegal here for Gafwan to prepay all of the funds. And now they are stranded. Tuesday, they will be on the floor. They will be there on Tuesday. They tried getting there. They never came up with the number. They had 37 members or 36. But they are open now. Information also, Prince Sto have found his own Black. That was one of the other issues being discussed. Prince Sto represented District Number 8, Moserado County. He got his own Black because he's the chair on claims and petition. And he getting money. I don't want to go there. Names were called. But these guys, they are mad. Michael Thomas and Johnson Williams from River G almost get into a fist fight. I'm calling names because I have verified this. All yesterday I was on the phone. And I verified this. They almost got into a fist fight. The other colleagues came and said, "My man, you don't do this to us." Something is happening. The major allegation, they're all Black. Some representative received money from this all Black. It was also discussed. The most recent, I thought easy all Black. Some of the representatives received money. They are concerned. Emmanuel, you just from Liberia. You guys are just open. First 4 days will be on Tuesday. Listen to this mess that is coming up. You have renegade lawmakers. They are arguing. They have not gotten the benefit. Minority Black are forgetting. And who you know, people taking personal money to pay the federal colleagues. No money is dry. How did we get here, Emmanuel?
Yeah, we got here because we have a lot of politicians who went to the school of Kekulak Boto. We will always take the dry bread to where the butter is, or hang our mouth to where the honey is dropping from. Most of the people that are in leadership, they are not patriotic. They don't care about the country except their belly and themselves. That's why when most of them lead leadership, they in the next 6 months, you see many of them are suffering and struggling because they are not building a country where every one of us will benefit. There was a quotation a long time ago from a popular writer that says that if you don't prepare the current generation for the future, your children will suffer from the level of poverty and destruction you have done in the life of that generation. And that's what we see in Liberia all the time. We see people, once they are in government, they live robust, influential life. But once they leave government, they become confused. And you see then that there's people who have never held a dollar in their hands before. That's the country we have. But my trip to Liberia was awesome, Stanton. From the gateway, let me congratulate the immigration officers at the airport coming in and going out. They were very professional. But the roads from the airport to Monrovia is something different. It's very dark. I don't know why we don't cut grass in our country. Hopefully they will do it around the airport. And the highway is beautiful to drive on, but as I was driving back, it came to an abrupt end without any sign. I would have gone straight into the waterways just after the major highway before you get to Smell No Taste. There's no sign at the road.
I mean, when I say you went back to Liberia, it's just about that you're back in the state. Let me take you back to this information that is coming up, though. Seriously speaking, well, you think it's legal that these guys ain't use the money prior to the end of the year? I mean, and maybe kind of work in that place, he would tell us more, and you guys that have knowledge. Do you think, I mean, that the minister approved and okayed and gave this guy all of the funds prior to 2025 ending this budget? We are in the last quarter. What do you think?
I don't know the legality around it, but I mean, those who deals with budget will always follow the budget year to the end and will always give money for the purpose that is needed. But remember, we have a legislature who believe in brown envelopes. So as you said, you brought the ASA story into it. Maybe some people need a appeasement in the legislature. And definitely the minister found out that the best way to get government priorities to go through is to appease those people. But I think we should follow the budget. We should not give money before ahead of time. We should give money when it's needed and at a stipulated time. But definitely, again, we smell that there is something that someone needed, and therefore they have to play a game of that. And again, that's the challenge for our country. We don't have a lot of our leaders who are patriotic. They are better driven, believing in the philosophy of Kekula Poto. If Kekula Poto was alive and he had a university, many of our leaders were attend our university. I can assure you about that.
Winfred Russell, before Kev joined us here, what do you think, Winfred? This is scary though, and more information coming in. I'm trying to discuss this tomorrow, but one of the few reporters out there in Liberia will be running with this story, so we had to discuss it. The issue that they went to a meeting expressing dissatisfaction from the majority Black, low on cash. They have exhausted all of the cash, and now they are stranded, asking Joseph Boakai to intervene. If this information are accurate, as discussed in their meeting, Winfred, what's your thought?
My thought, Stanton, is that we have a big mess in the country, and this has been ongoing for a very long time, and we cannot continue to talk about this without coming together with some sort of measure to address the situation. We cannot continue like this as a government. I mean, it's just that simple. It's just that straightforward. We have a lot of lawmakers, and in this country, it doesn't matter how small the position is or how low down the governance ladder the position is. When you are elected to any position or you take over from any position, there is at least 2 weeks of orientation that goes through that try to help you, to guide you so you understand the inner workings of the system. Maybe that's something we need to do. It will help to address some of these issues and some of the concerns there. Because what these lawmakers are doing, and they continue, I mean, how, it's beyond me how we allow this to happen over and over and over. I mean, these sort of corrupt practices that is going on. So if the information that you're talking about, if this information is true, that your sources are revealing to you, then it's a problem. But I mean, we all know that we've been amplifying this for a very long time. This show has been amplifying the issues and the problems and the challenges and the corruption and all of that. But nothing seems to be done about it. Nothing is getting done. So I mean, it's just this cyclical thing, that just keep happening. It's like a hamster. They just keep spinning and spinning and spinning, and it's going nowhere. So it's very concerning hearing what you said and the information that you're revealing. But my issue is that, okay, now what? So what? So there's a whole so what now. I mean, so what do we do now? I mean, we definitely need to do something, but what is it? We cannot continue to come here and amplify this issue and talk about this issue and try to hold folks accountable, and all of this stuff just falls on deaf ear. It gets frustrating, Stanton.
And that's the frustration. Sorry, guys. I'm looking at my phone because some lawmakers are trying to confirm this even more. You know, this is concerning when you have 73 lawmakers, most of which are majority Black leaders. Gibson, yeah, we today talking about funds. They got to use all the money, Gibson. It's all D-hole cover hole. You have entered the 55th. Guess what happened? No money. Let's listen to Speaker J. Nawe Kun. Richard Kun, I'm sorry. Speaker Kun. Let's listen to him. At the end of the day, you realize that they begin to borrow money for the personal account just to take care of some of these expenses. Before I play that, but talk to me, Gibson. Well, what was going on here? I mean, how serious is this damaging to this government?
What I can say from the onset, I know we'll come back, and I'm still looking at stuff. I'm still looking at a budget and to see what kind of appropriation is allocated for legislative projects. I can say that even the process is now fair, it's now transparent. It is very difficult for us to go into the budget for you to readily see what kind of legislative projects and how many times it can be given. Even worse, that they have requested that all the money should be paid upfront. Well, the problem I'm having is if all the money is requested upfront, you should live with the consequences of not receiving the money for the balance, but the remaining part of the year. This is opportunity cost. Those of you who do economics, you can choose what you want. You can take all the money now and suffer later, but you cannot have it both ways. You can't take all the money that is allocated for your community support or community projects, and then after the monies are all blown up, and you come back and say the president should look somewhere and give you money there. Where did the president look? Where would the finance minister look? This amounts to the legislature coercing the government, the executive, to conduct itself in a corrupt and inappropriate manner that the executive should not allow themselves to be pushed into. And if they continue in that manner, we will set the first precedent and the second, and then it becomes usual that every time a budget year is approved, the legislature, they know that they can coerce the executive to get an extra money at the end of the day. They tell you, okay, give us, we will get $30,000, give us the 2 times a year, give us our $60,000. And then the $60,000 is given to all the lawmakers. Then in September or July or August or October, and they say, you know what, give us some more money. Otherwise, we got some business you got to be put before us. We'll not be able to do it. And you coerce that, then the government goes somewhere again, take money from that, and they're going to continue. And that's how this whole system is being corrupted. So I think the budget need to be sensitized. We need budget experts who will make the budget more transparent. I was just looking at the U.S. part of it. I mean, we can't compare America to Liberia in no way. But the lawmakers also have what we call community project, the CPF. But the community project is done in a transparent way that it's not given to lawmakers. It's given to contractors. And part of that money is given to non-profit. It's given to cities. It's given to states. Okay? But in our situation, one lawmaker in Joasson will say, my Joasson People project, y'all give me money. They give the lawmaker the money, or the lawmaker make a deal with any project, contractor. They get the money to them, then they share the money and they do something that is not even, that nobody can even look at and praise. So I think this is corrupt, and I think this is overbearing. And I also think the lawmakers need to try to quench that insatiable desire for money. I think it's just bad. It's not good for our system, and the executive should not fall for it.
Well, the executive is the House of Representatives. The House of Representatives is the executive. They work concomitantly. So say,
well, I agree with you. Because Speaker Cooper said this is the Unity Party Speaker. So it looks like they are working together. So yeah, I agree with you on that one.
So let me go ahead and bring in Kano. Kano, let's hear you.
Well, regarding the whole issue of disbursements, I think the law is clear regarding, unless I'm not aware of particular provisions, but the law is clear regarding, according to the PFM Act amended 2009, how disbursements are supposed to be made. That allotments have to be made per the budget, most often on a quarterly basis. And then on that quarterly basis, the spending entity, in this case, the legislature, draw downs against the budget. And the law specifically states that consistent with that spending plan and quarterly allotment, that is the only basis upon which the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning can release funding to spending entities, including the legislature. Again, unless there are other provisions that I'm not aware of, and I think the PFM Act of 2009 is the law that determines that. Now, if there is an overage or a request to spend beyond that allotment, that will be ultra vires or against the law. But again, I will want to go on the evidence, the actual hard evidence to see, because that request will have to be made in writing to the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning, requesting them to transfer monies that exceed the allotment for the particular period. It will have to be documented. And then the Ministry of Finance will also have to communicate accepting that, and then go ahead to initiate the particular transfer. So again, it's important to have the evidence before one can pass judgment on whether or not a law has been violated. That said, because of the independence of the legislature, it's a different scenario wherein they request their allotment and then they spend the allotment while it is with them before the expiration of the period. So for example, they could have a quarterly period of, say, I'm just hypothesizing, from January to, say, March. They request their allotment and their payment in January. That payment is supposed to cover January to March. Because they are independent entity, they receive from January to March. But then by February, they spend all of the money. Now, that's an internal issue with the legislature around how they manage resources. And I'm sure they can duke it out. But once the Ministry of Finance has transferred that money for the internal administration, they can go back to the Ministry of Finance and say, send me additional money. So probably, without having the evidence again, like I said, what may have transpired, assuming that your sources are watertight, what may have transpired could have been requesting the allotment for a period, but then probably spending the allotment before the period has elapsed, thereby creating a cash shortage within the legislature because they manage their own funding.
Let me ask you, hold on 1 minute, Kanye. Let me ask you a question, then we'll bring the rest of the guys. If what you are saying is true, it's illegal that at the executive, the legislature, the judiciary, everybody, but GAFAN or the finance minister gave the allocation to the House of Representatives has been allocated to them. Take their own offers to eat. Does that make any sense though? Though other people have problems, though we have big problem in the country, but as per the 2025 budget, right? I just want you to just help us understand, because you work there. As per the 2025 budget, this is it right here, right? These guys are going home with $44.3 million at change. Are you telling us that it's okay that GAFAN gave them all the money prior to the fourth quarter or the third quarter and say, go use it as you please? It's illegal. I'm looking at the legal aspect here, Kanye. It's illegal though.
Again, that's what I'm saying. My point is, I don't want to preempt and speak to legality or illegality without the evidence. Like I said, allotments are done by quarter.
Evidence. I'm asking you a question. Listen, Kanye. If this is done, it's illegal. That's what I'm asking.
Oh, you say, assuming that they have paid prior to the period.
What you said probably it happened that way. You gave us 2-3 different scenario here. Probably. You said probably. And I want to take you on that probably, right? It's illegal for GAFAN to do so, or any minister of finance to do so.
Well, let me specify where it will be illegal so that there's no confusion around when it's illegal or where it's legal. When an allotment is requested, they can request an allotment for that period, and the Ministry of Finance is under obligation to pay if that allotment is there. If the period of the allotment has expired or has not expired and they request another payment prior to the new period, that will be against the PFM Act. So what is to establish firstly is this payment that was made, was it in line with the allotment for the period, and did they just use it before the period elapsed? In that case, it will be an internal matter with the legislature.
In the fourth quarter year, the third quarter, the first quarter, the second quarter. What quarter are we in now? We are in October. What quarter is today? Tell the librarian.
I think we adapted our January to December. So October, November, December, we're probably entering the last quarter. So whatever allotment.
So if we agree that this is the last quarter, can you? And these people are using all of the money, don't you think it's a red flag? It's troubling.
Well, again, they can speak to how internally they manage their resources, but the legality aspect, like I said, CEO,
disbursement. I'm talking about the request here. I'm not talking about how they use it, right? That I mean, they are a whole different branch. They can say, listen, we use our money today, we call it a day, everybody's satisfied. That's fine. They can put rule in to protect them. That's good. But what I'm saying to you, let's look at the disbursement from the finance ministry, other priorities, but satisfying this one group and say, okay, Karen, let me hold you right there. Let me bring in Jefferson Abeki. Hold your horses for a minute. Just hold on there. Jeff, they got 44 million in the bank, right? We have issues in the country. We got a country budget. Give the 44 million to Winfred Russell. It's illegal for you to, before the year end, you give them all of the money even before you enter the last quarter. Jefferson?
Thank you, Stanton. It is completely against our financial management laws. You cannot disburse funding for a quarter that is not already requested for. For example, you have for your first, second, third, and fourth quarter. How can you disburse all the money for the fourth quarter in the third quarter? I mean, that is not financial prudence. So, like you said, GAFAN is a mess at the Ministry of Finance, and this is a systemic degradation of our system under Joseph Boakai. No, they released the money, and I talked to some other representative. They released the money because the government were over-satisfied for the fact that they were able to remove Konati Kofa. So in an attempt to please them, everything the representative requested for were given to them because they fulfill what the government wanted them to do. And this is so terrible for our country. We cannot run our country based on partisanship. You cannot run the country because you want your partisan to be satisfied. So when they request for money, even though you know that it's not financially sound to do it, you go ahead and release the money. This shows that our system under this administration is retrogressing. It shows that it's going bad. While other people are hungry and starving, while other ministries are not receiving money to pay the civil servants, while other sectors are struggling for money, you release all the money towards the representatives because you feel that they have done something for this government that you are happy about, and so you continue to release the money to the representative. This is completely wrong. It is terrible for our financial system. I've always said here that this government has not shown that they are able to manage the finances of this country. And because of that, they are plunging into a serious mess. If it continues like this, trust me, Stanton, our financial system will crash on a GAFAN. And we are not far from that. We're not far from that. If you continue to release cash to one sector and leave in the other sector, the judiciary is crying. They're not receiving money. The other sectors in our country are crying. They're not receiving money. But you distribute all this money to the legislature simply because they were able to live up to your request to remove the speaker illegally. And this is terrible for our democracy. It's so wrong. Nowhere will they do that. Nowhere, under no condition. Any land ministry right now, for example, agriculture, I said, look, we want the project done. We ask you to release our fourth quarter allotment in the third quarter. Trust me, government will say no. But because the legislature were able to remove Funati Kofa, they were under obligation to please them. So they had.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in. Thank you. Let me bring in Kev. Kev, let's hear you on this one.
Jeff, Jeff nailed it. Is they use that money in removing Funati Kofa. But the bad part to it, right? They have to pay. They have to pay the rest of the other lawmakers. They have to bring in money. So they're going to take from education. So you'll see why LU going through. Because as we speak, some of the senators, don't even have the U.S. component of the pay. We know that. So it's affecting everywhere. So the minority bloc now, they argue for their own, allotment. So there's a mix-up in everywhere. Tuesday, we will hear the noise. When they get it, there'll be noise. But in removing Funati Kofa, and that's why we see all this. So they have to give them that money. So right now, the finance ministry is looking for money somewhere. So education will suffer. The health sector will suffer. Places they will suffer because they need our money, and they will give them our money. So that's what's going on. So the whole place is a mess right now. The entire government is a mess. From the Gafan, they are running a different show there, different show, and that's why when some of us talk about now removing Funati Kofa, because this is the effect of that. And my brother Kanyo cannot even say this is illegal. It's illegal. Start to ask that question, pose that question to him more than 10 times. He refused to say it's illegal because he worked there. He supported the majority black in removing Funati Kofa. So he cannot come here and say it's illegal. But he knows that. It's illegal.
So thank you very much. Tyrus, let's hear you. We got to move on. Again, this story is developing. We're getting more information, Emmanuel, because the fact that, yes, indeed, we can confirm, yes, indeed, from our sources, that all the money to the House of Representatives were given to them. Kanyo, I cannot share the document with you because these are confidential document. I'm sorry. I'm still waiting for your pay stuff. You say you will send it to me. You have not sent it to me for the record, though. I have to announce that. But again, we can just announce here, seriously speaking, the guys that have exhausted all of their money, and now they are asking the government for more money. So therefore, our friend and our brother Gafwan, we have to reallocate and make some adjustment to give these guys some extra money. Now you will find out on the off-budget expenses next year. Darius.
Yeah, so CEO, if you can recall, the GAC 2024 audit of the consolidated account, the GAC reported that Minister Gafwan only disbursed to over 100 spending entities, and that came out to 78 million that Minister Gafwan only disbursed. If you put out the budget, if you put up the budget of the legislature, you realize that just for 2024, the budget for the legislature was 59.8 million. But the item, the 2024 budget item, is showing 63.8 million. Meaning, Minister Gafwan gave the legislature, under the speakership of Honorable Kun, additional 4.4 million. So the budget was 59.8 million. The item is 63.8 million. If you do the math, that is additional 4.4 million that was not budgeted, but then it appears in the item of the budget item of the legislature. Now the 2025 budget is for the 4.4 million. The fourth quarter has not ended. The budget has been depleted, and Honorable Musa Beledi has been raising that. So you honor this bribe to the Ministry of Education, UL, but you give the legislature additional 4.4 million as of the end of December 2024. That was not in their budget. Now the budget finished in October for 2025. Wait to see the 2025 budget at home. You will see additional increase because the currently strangulated. They cannot pay the civil servant at the house. Some lawmakers have not taken pay. Some lawmakers have not even received their constituency money. Least to talk about the project, the legislative project, especially those that were in the minority block. So that place, according to Honorable Belete, is messed up under the leadership of Speaker Coon.
So I mean, who you right there, right? And let's make this a second round. Why are the minority blacks, most of the members, not speaking to this, Emmanuel? The Belete group, the Fanatic group, why are they not speaking to this? Emmanuel George.
Sorry, I didn't get the end of the question, Stanton. I'm sorry.
The minority black.
Yeah.
The group are led by Funati Kofa and Musa Belete. Why are they not speaking to these things?
Well, I will have no idea. I can only assume that perhaps they are a point of this. They are discouraged because some of them may not have received their pays as we have learned, their payments as we have learned. And I'm sure they will become vocal by the time they have the full information. But again, look, I hope we Liberians see these people for who they are. First of all, the government is complicit in this particular issue. When you start by giving brown envelopes to people because you want a particular speaker to leave the house and you want to have your own speaker, you put yourself in a position where you cannot continue to tell people the truth because they will keep asking. A greedy person is always greedy. A man who is not satisfied with what he has will always want what is in the pocket of other people. And this is what we have seen. When Speaker Funati Kofa was the speaker, one of the things he tried to have the legislature do was to audit themselves and make sure that they were financially prudent. Unfortunately, someone saw that as a threat, and it started this whole issue of removal that was supported by the executive. And this same executive now, these groups, they have mismanaged the funds that were given to them, and therefore they're going back to the executive. Unfortunately, because the executive have gotten in the wrong bed with strange bedfellows, it will make it extremely difficult for them to make decisions that will be in favor of prudent financial management. And this is something that we should take serious. When we see these things happen, I hope the people in the minority block and those who are representing us in the House of Representatives from different political parties will come up and flag this issue. And in particular, perhaps we need to start filing lawsuits against this government for these things that we think that are a major issue going on and affecting the economy of our country. There are people who have not been paid in the country, Stanton. You raised that up last week, that some of the workers have not gotten a U.S. component, but yet them still someone is thinking about finding money somewhere in order to satisfy a group of greedy people who have already been paid, who had a budget allocated to them, and all they could do was mismanage the budget. Something must happen, and that's the reason again we continue to talk to the Liberian people that they have an option in Mr. Alexander B. Cummings, because under a Cummings administration, this nonsense will not happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much for weighing in on this. We got something current happening just yesterday, and I can announce that the Senator Samuel Koga will be on one-on-one with the CEO next week, Sunday. Sam Koga will be on one-on-one with the CEO next week, Sunday. He's speaking a lot, Winfred Russell. The last time we came on the show and we spoke to him by way of the phone. I don't know. Were you here, Winfred, when we spoke to him? No, we spoke to him, but last night I spoke to him. And when I listened to some of his videos and his most recent comment, Gibson in Nima County, and other places, man, it's raising eyebrow. He have some serious argument that the people gravitating to. I don't know if that mean, but he has some serious argument here. Winfred, what do you think Samuel Koga trying to do here? I mean, what's his game plan, Winfred Russell? I know you don't know him. Maybe you have not spoken to him though. But what's his game plan here? That he's going not only now against Jeremiah Kuhn, but against the government with his argument. But yet and still, he's talking about major development in Nimba, some of which we will discuss on Sunday with one-on-one with the CEO. Talk to me. What are you hearing, Winfred Russell?
I'm not hearing anything. I've not made any calls or tried to contact my contacts there in the county or outside of the county. So I've not heard anything, and I did not listen to the recording that you just spoke about. You spoke about a few minutes ago. Yeah. So I mean, but what it tells me is that we all know, we've talked about it here, Mr. Stanton. The absence of Prince Johnson, there's a power vacuum in Nimba. And politicians are jockeying for power and position and trying to solidify their base. So, I have met Senator Koga. He was here in Minnesota. We had a really great conversation. We took pictures and stuff together too as well. We had a private one-on-one time about his vision about developing the county. So we talked all about that. But so I have met him, but I have not spoken to him since this development just came up, and I have not spoken to other political insiders in the county and or out of the county too, or folks who follow Nimba politics.
So seriously, you talked to Senator Koga. He went to the program in Nimba. He was very upfront. He is still speaking. This going to help who? Who would this help, or who would this hurt? From everything you know now, his position, whether you have spoken to him recently, who is he helping and who is he hurting? Yeah,
I think he's trying to help himself. I don't think he's trying to help anybody. I think he's trying to, it's a selfish move. I think
you call it selfish.
Well, he's trying to. He's not trying to help Jeremiah Kuhn, Stanton. He's not trying to help.
You think he helping the opposition yet?
Huh?
Is he helping the oppositions?
I mean, anything that makes this government look bad, any move that sort of shine a light on the malfeasance within this government, the lack of productivity in this government, it makes the government look bad and it helps the opposition. I mean, it's that clear. So, but, to say he's doing it for somebody else at the behest of someone else, no. I think he's doing it for himself, Stanton.
Gibson, I think I kind of like maybe Brother Russell have to go listen more to Sam Koga. There's a driving force here.
Yeah, I think so.
No, seriously, because he was right. He said I have not listened to him, and Sam and Russell was right. Because I myself was trying to take my ear from Sam, but then he is amplifying Gibson these things. And even on our brother Mo Ali page, someone posted and said, "Well, Jeremiah Kuhn have not responded yet. But if he responds X, Y, and Z," so you can see a clear line that people believe that this is between Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn and Samuel Koga. I mean, what say you? Are they correct?
I think the whole problem started when Jeremiah Kuhn decided to backstab Koga, in Koga's perception, when there was this by-election that took place in Koga's district number 5. Koga believed that since he came from the district as the representative and now gone as senator, he should have the latitude to choose his successor. Unfortunately, Jeremiah Kuhn backed another person and the person won his preferred candidate. Since then, there have been a feud between Jeremiah Kuhn and Koga. I can tell you quite frankly, I like it. I like it so much. I like it because it gave us the opportunity to go in there and stabilize Nimba County and take control of Nimba County. And I know the CDC will go in there and stabilize Nimba County. But this is going to mess Jeremiah Cone. This particular few, if Jeremiah Cone does not bring down his ego and call Coker as his brother and say, look, my brother, you and myself, we're on the same side. This is not going well. I need us to be to unite. And if he fight back, it will divide Nimba. Coker will take a bigger chunk of it. Jeremiah Coker a bigger chunk of it. And then in the middle there will be a vacuum for anybody to stand and take any side that they want to take and steal any side. The way I saw Jeremiah Cone and Alexander Cummings standing the other day, I don't think Jeremiah Cone is a vice presidential candidate to be now, but I believe Jeremiah Cone is having a different political thought about the process. I think the Unity Party government seems to be deserting Coker. I think he's having some thoughts that probably he did so much for the Unity Party in terms of the fight at the Capitol, and he's been, kicking the back. So it looked like he's fighting back. And I'm surprised for some of the comments he made about the government and stuff. I am shocked because he should be one of those people who should be defending the government. But he's not. He's going. He has the dagger in his hands. And he's trying to split any head that comes in front of him. And I would love it. I would love it. I like Coker already. I like Coker already.
You do?
I like Coker already. I like Coker already.
Well, let's bring you in before your brother Jeff. Can you talk to me, man? Coker is something is bothering here, right? The sting. Like people want to hear from him. When I spoke to Coker yesterday, man, I had some chill in my spine. Things, development ideas he had. And he was talking. I said, I'm not going to say that. You're going to come and say that. Things he want to do for Nimba. But the politics aspect, I think he has gone too far from the Unity Party agenda here. Am I correct? Talk to me what you're hearing.
Well, there are a number of ways to look at the Coker-Cone feud. Clearly, Vice President Cone is the one with the upper hand, with the clout, the political clout currently. And I'm just trying to, again, I'm not deeply embedded in the local Nimba politics, but based on what I know, I can offer some observations and then some advice to those who are looking at the scenario. Firstly, in terms of the political configuration of Nimba currently, I would say Coker is in an isolated position. Yes, he is the senator, and he does have a following, but the majority of the Nimba lawmakers actively support Vice President Cone. And as you know, Nimba has about, if I'm not mistaken, 9 lawmakers. All of those current lawmakers, and I've even seen some of them, for example, Representative Twin Glikia on Facebook is very vocal about what he considers to be the Coker betrayal, whether he's right or wrong. Again, this is Nimba politics. I've seen other prominent, citizens. I mean, Coker's own district now was won by Kwagu. Kwagu is again a protege of VP Cone. This is right in Coker's own former constituency. And there are all the other guys who are there, aside from Musa Benete and my brother Ta Wongbe. The majority of the other guys support Vice President Cone. And the reason I'm making this observation is to say that this over-celebration of a Coker mutiny by the opposition, to me, is a bit, overinflated and may lead to serious heartbreak later. Because the whole idea that if we get Coker is going to give us Nimba County. But the fact remains that close to 80% of the current lawmakers in Nimba, and also taking into consideration Vice President Cone's own weight in Nimba, are still with the Vice President. So yes, this may just be a storm in the teacup for Coker. And he may have, I don't know what his grievances are. He may have legitimate grievances. But I wouldn't read too much into it currently in terms of the Nimba politics. But the last thing I'll also say on the matter is that I think the Vice President has exercised solid leadership since this issue happened. because I've seen a couple of instances where Senator Koga has been voicing out his dissatisfaction, and up to now, I've never heard the Vice President say a word on the matter. Two things could be at play. The diplomatic angle, because again, as it stands now, in the absence of former Senator Johnson, he is the father of the county, the highest ranking person, and it's the most senior senator before becoming vice president. So he hasn't said anything. So probably there is a process of engagement. The other thing I would say, when I listen to Senator Koga, even though he sounded fiery, there was also an element of reconciliation in his voice. And he kept saying, I'm not the kind of person who will backstab you. I will state my disagreement publicly so that we can fix it. So this will also be a lot of political posturing from Koga so that he gets the requisite attention he needs.
Jim was saying, is Koga setting himself up for the VP slot if offered by any one of the political opposition?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think Koga is a true patriot of Nema County. Koga feels that Jeremiah Kun has been giving so much because of Nema County, and he has not been able to give anything back to Nema County. Koga feels that there should be more, and which of course he's right. There should be more given to Nema County, and Kun is in the position to do that, but he has failed to do that, and he's selfishly seeking his own agenda over the agenda of Nema County. And Koga, being a true son of Nema County, unlike Kun, who said that he's from the southeast, is pushing for his people. He wants Nema to benefit from the national cake. But Kun is more towards his personal agenda, his personal gain. He's not seeking any benefit for the people of Nema. So Kun has an issue with that. And to call Kun activity a mutiny, I think is wrong. That's not mutiny. He's standing up for his people. He wants the best for Nema County. And to do that, he's sounding the trumpet for Kun's attention, to help him, to join him, to allow something good to happen to Nema. But Kun is strictly about his personal agenda, which Koga thinks is wrong. At this point, it's time for the Nema people to benefit, for their lives to get better. To the extent you can see that the former senator school has broken down completely. The government has been unable to even subsidize the school. The government is in power today because of Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson's legacy in the county is that school, that university. And the government has refused to contribute or to subsidize that school. And those are some of the frustration on Koga you see now. And Kun is sitting there and doing nothing about it. I think Koga is a true patriot of Nema County. And
do you think Koga should serve as vice president on the CDC ticket?
Well, that is not for me to say. It is for Koga's decision and for the standard bearer.
We are analysts here. Do you think he should? Will you embrace such a ticket? George Manawiya Sam Koga.
Stanton is not in my position to say so. It is the standard bearer to make that decision. It is the standard bearer to make that decision.
That decision, will you accept?
Oh, I will. Look, I'm an ardent believer. Give me a chance. I'm an ardent believer of George Weah, and I believe in his leadership. I believe in his decision.
Will you accept?
If he makes that decision, I will wholeheartedly support it, because he's a leader that has made good decisions for our party and this country.
So you accept Koga being your vice running mate?
I will wholeheartedly accept it if our standard bearer, former President Weah, makes that decision.
Do you think Koga is a vice presidential running mate material?
I think he's a better material than Kun.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let me bring you Winfred. Why you doing your hand like this? You see the man driving around?
I was in the mail going in circles. I mean, he was just going around and around in a circle and not hitting the nail on the head and not.
Do you think if John Manwe Upper Koga is saying John Manwe can win re-election with Koga on the ticket?
It'll be competitive, but Koga will be doing himself a disservice, and he will be doing the counter disservice if he were to take that route. And so I don't think that he would do that. I mean, he would go that route. I mean, I know he's out for himself. He's out to position himself. But I mean, it's clear that Jeremiah Kun is running.
No, I'm not talking about Jeremiah Kun. We're not on Jeremiah Kun. Do you think CDC can win with Koga on the ticket?
Yeah. Yes, please. Yes, CDC can win with Koga on the ticket. Yeah.
Show me the path. Show me the pathway here.
I mean, the guy is a sitting senator. The guy was a representative. The guy is well known in the county. I mean, he will now. Whether he can get votes.
No, you're stuttering again.
I'm not stuttering. I'm not trying to talk. I mean,
you said with no objection. You said yes. Now you want pathway. Now you want it's about finding pathway. People.
I can provide a pathway. I can provide a pathway.
Listen. People are asking you, Brother Russell, do you think CDC can win with Koga on the ticket? You say yes.
I said yes.
Pathway. Go ahead. Give us a pathway here.
I said yes, he can win with being on the ticket with Josh Weah. And the pathway would be that he will be able to draw votes from Nimba. He'll be able to draw, obviously, from Nimba, from Grand Jide. He'll be able to draw vote from Bong County too as well, and part of Grand Bassa.
My man,
I mean, these are all hypothetical. There is nothing.
No, man, but we've been read from past experience. Can Koga beat Jeremiah Kun and Nimba?
I think so. Yes.
You think Koga can win Jeremiah Kun and Nimba?
Oh, yes, I think so.
Hold on, guys. Let's our own time. Okay. So now we get into the conversation. Folks, we'll open the line. We'll hear from you. Yeah. Y'all will make your case on this because this is getting to be one of the talking point trending issue in the country while we wait for the lawmakers in the return fully that we can be listening to some of the tabata, these things that might drive us crazy at night. Listen, though, you must say what you want to say, but I think the Koga issue getting scary. Let me ask you, Darius. Darius, we're going to give you 30 seconds because you are Jim Combrink, Darius.
Okay. So I think the issue, the conflict, the emerging conflict or misunderstanding between the Vice President and Senator Koga is escalating, is reaching a point that claiming the national attention, I mean, across the political spectrum. But mind you, the people of Nimba overwhelmingly voted the rescue government because of Kun, their son. And that was done by the late godfather who lifted the vice president hands up and said, since we cannot get the presidency, let's go for the vice president. Now, what would be the yardstick to measure Koga and Kun would be what the government would do in Nimba. 2 years gone already. This government is performing poorly. Nimbanians are complaining the hardship, the poverty. They are not getting fair share in terms of appointment. You have the labor minister from there. You have a daughter, deputy minister. When other Nimba people, sons and daughters are out there jobless. So what will happen in Nimba will be a comparison between what the rescue did with their son, Jeremiah Kun, versus what we did there. They will be comparing the legacy of the two administrations and choose the best son. Because if you get your son, Vice President Kun, and nothing has been achieved, nothing has been done to impact the life of the people in Nimba, it seems that their vote went in vain. You cannot convince them again for another vice president to go on the rescue team. Looking at what President Weah did there, the CDC, that they ain't know and voted for their son, they will be reconsidering based on the basis of a legacy.
Okay, thank you very much. Kev, you ready? I think you basically right. I can bring.
No, I read it.
No, you spoke already, Gibson. Now, Kev, you okay? So, Kev, we'll come back to you then. We'll come back to you. Emmanuel, kind of surprised, right? When I mean, I'm not doubting Koga's strength. Koga is speaking, but a couple of things happening. Jeremiah Kun is quiet. Koga is speaking. Jeremiah Kun is quiet. But at the end of the day, though, can Koga give that Nima County to anyone? Let's talk about Josh Manawea. Can he beat Jeremiah Kun in Nima?
It depends. First of all, I believe that Koga is on the redemption path. Everything he's doing is to redeem himself from removing Fonati Kofa, opposition speaker, and replacing him by an imposition speaker. So he's trying to redeem himself, trying to win the hearts and the minds of the opposition, because months ago he was on the other side. When it comes to Nima, it depends. I think the vice president is silent right now because he's not too sure of his position. He's not too sure whether the Unity Party is going to raise their hands up in 2029 to be the presidential candidate. He's not too sure of which other political party. I'm hearing that perhaps the CMC may take him. So he's in a political uncertainty right now in my mind. And if I were him, I definitely understand why he's quiet, because if you start to make noise and you don't have anything on you to hold you up, then he definitely going to lose Nima County. If the vice president is not on the presidential ticket for the Unity Party in 2029, he will lose Nima County. Because as Darius have said, he have not been able to give the sons of Nimads enough appointment in his current government. He have not been able to translate his vice presidency into benefits for Nima County thus far. So therefore, the people of Nima may only consider him if he's the one on the top ticket. If not, he should just he will lose Nima to Koga. But now Koga is on a redemption path, and I think that's the best path he have taken. He stabbed the opposition in the back, and he's trying to gain some relevance, and I think he's doing well.
Kyle, let me interrupt this guy. Kyle, you know what I'm hearing though? I'm hearing that people believe, and listen, I'm happy that I will be hosting Koga. But people are saying to us that Koga can beat Jeremiah Kun in Nima. How so, Kyle? You want to say something, Winfred? Very quick.
Well, I was going to ask Emmanuel a question. I was going, all things considered, right? If this government continues to perform the way it's performing now, of course, I mean, Koga is going to have a huge leg up over Jeremiah Kun. There's no question about it. So, I mean, it's pretty clear. But but what I wanted to ask Emmanuel, don't you think the Jeremiah Kun, the current vice president, is quiet because, I mean, he's expected to be quiet. He got to portray this dignified sort of approach. I'm the vice president. I'm not going to be responding to those kinds of things. So I mean, I think that's why he is not saying anything, or he may not say anything. What are your thoughts? I'm asking you, Emmanuel.
Yeah, he may be diplomatic on it, but we all know that he doesn't have a strong political base right now. And trying to get in a fray where you don't know who is backing you is very difficult. He's not too sure whether the Unity Party people will back him. I mean, that's the position. That's the position he tries to be.
Emmanuel, you can do. And I always say this to my CDC brothers and sisters. Whenever you have this kind of platform, right, try to win souls. Don't come. Be like the Jehovah's Witness. Everything you say God love you. We got 144,000 people going to heaven, and you can be one of them. Who don't want to go to heaven? But for you to come and say, this guy, Jeremiah Kun, probably going to be the standard bearer, when Nima people will see that they are one step into that executive Marshall Kano, and you will say they will leave him, and they will go to Sam Koga I want you to convince me.
No, you basically my point.
Let me get 1 minute.
As I said previously, if Kuga is the if Kun is elected as the top ticket in 2029, Nima will support him and they will forget about Kuga. But the reason why Kun is silent right now because he's not 100% sure where his political future lies.
I think that's why he's silent. Then let's go back to what Winfred Russell said. The best thing to do as a godfather, some people say Kun is a godfather, and as a sitting vice president to the nation, you don't speak. You don't speak. So if I say my CDC brother here will look at me and say, stand up supporting, how you call him, the vice president. No. But why you want?
But CEO, let me just
say that's a great point you make it.
Why you want the vice president? Why you want the vice president or Kun to speak, right? If you know very well the office he occupied preventing him to speak. If he was a senator, he would have spoken a long time ago, and you know that. But what kind of how can I'm not saying Koga is engaging, right? His argument is holding water. That's why we are talking about it. But how can you say if the Nima Kwado see Jeremiah Kun to be that one, that person, a stand-up bearer, maybe Bwaka is not running. I don't believe that President Bwaka will run again. We say no, we Nimbadians will support Sam Koga in this regard.
Let me provide some.
Everybody gives in. Let me copy before you copy.
Okay, you are
right?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Look, let's be very clear. I know we all enjoy the political pontificating, but the reality on the ground is what we speak. Even if Vice President Kun is going as vice president and Koga is going as vice president, Vice President Kun will whip Koga face down. Now, these are the dynamics that are at play. When you gotta watch the environment. Twin Glikia is a representative. Senator Koga is just a newly minted senator. You must campaign across Nimba County. He hasn't even tested that yet, going as a vice presidential candidate. You got the individual legislators, the majority of them still support Vice President Kun and see him as the leader of Nimba County. You got the local government officials. That's why Senator Koga was crying the other day when he said that all the local government officials are not listening to them. They're all following the government. Why? Because they see Vice President Kun as the leader of Nimba County. So for you to start now to say that Senator Koga can beat Vice President Kun, I think that is very, 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 very far-fetched. And I think it will be a great mistake for the CDC people to think that having Senator Koga on their ticket is going to deliver them the presidency or to even divide the vote in Nimba.
Because again, I speak to everybody in the bureau. I got enemies and I get friends, but they still love me. I believe so, right? Maybe. But guessing, as much behind the scene, seditions are judging within themselves. Are we serious? But then some of them believe that Koga can help Georgia win this thing. Gibson, are you one of those?
Sedition will not even vote for Koga.
Until I'm a sedition, but let me just say this. First of all, George Weah, without any Nimbayans on his ticket, has his number in Nimba County. And that was shown in the last election. Besides anybody supporting George Weah as on the ticket, like he's a vice presidential candidate, George Weah has his own following in Nimba County. But I want you to come and think about this. The opposition conglomerate in Nimba County, or before I even go there, Vice President Kun has an excess baggage he has to settle with Nimba County. In the middle of the game, Vice President Kun abandoned MDR and joined Unity Party. That hurt the Nimba people. They were looking at him as the successor or the eye, the bull of the eye. And he abandoned the MDR that the Nima people depend on as a party, and he joined Unity Party. There have been allegations upon allegations of names from Senator Johnson and other people submitted to VP Kun office for preferment in government, and he had abandoned them, only the one that he favors. Those are issues of allegations that continue to linger. But if you look at the opposition conglomerate in Nima County, take for example, Larry Yonkwe has his own supporters. Prince Tokba has his own supporters. Harrison Luo has his own supporters. Musa Ability has a huge following. Madam Edith Gonglo Ware has one of the largest supporters and following among the oppositions in Nima County. Talking about Gompu Gagon, and talking about Garrison, Councilor Garrison Yelu, who also has a significant support. If all of these people plus Coca join together and say we are going against the Unity Party, there's nothing Kun can do in Nima County that can give the Unity Party a victory.
Gibson, you forgot about Tiawon, though. Where you placed Tiawon?
No, he was not. Tiawon has not actually campaigned Nima as an opposition. He has not actually done that. I'm not giving people names of people who actually participated in Nima politics.
But Gibson, though, let's do it. Then we'll open the field. Maybe you can choose someone, ask a question. We'll come to you, Darius, after Kev. Welcome to the show, Connect Great. Gibson, I think you're confused.
I'm not.
Yeah, I think you are. Yeah, Gibson, I say confusing or good now. I mean to disrespect you. I'm
fine.
You're a crown man, so I don't mean to disrespect you. And I'm good to disrespect crown people. But Gibson, I think you're confused though. How can you tell us, right? You name these very same people that went into a race with Jeremiah Kun just for the senatorial seat, and he beat them all.
Well, you're talking about individual, right? And if
individuals.
No.
And you tell me, say, Joe will have his base in Nima. Joe will been having that base in Nima. When Prince Johnson turned his back to beat Joe, everybody went through Prince Johnson. Madam Sedi base was Prince Johnson. Joe base was Prince Johnson. And you understood that. Even Bwaka base was Prince Johnson. Now it's a place that in the absence of Prince Johnson, can they win? Right now, what we are saying.
Yeah, let me answer a question.
You got 2 representatives, all of the 9 lawmakers, right? Senators 11, because you get the 9 representatives and 2 senators. All of them, only 2 people right now. 2 people on the opposition. So if Koga shake, that will be 3. So you still got 8 on the side of Koga, right, Kano? Am I correct yet? You still got 8 on the side of Kun, not Koga. You got 8 on the side of Kun. You will be having 3 plus Koga standing by themselves. Now you can bring the political gorillas out. Like Runfa Russell was saying, Councilor Tewan Gonglo, Edith Gonglo Ware. And now we can go down the line. Would this help George Mano we are?
Stanton.
Yeah, make your point. I gotta put it out there.
Stanton. Let's say, hypothetically, I can't remember the exact percentage that Georgia won in the runoff. I think pretty much close to 27%, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember. But let's just give Joshua 25% of the votes in Nima without any Nima person going with him as a candidate. So Joshua reserved the 25%. Think about how much more percentage Coca is going to add to that percentage. How much more will Edith Gonglo Ware, who actually command the voice of the Mano Belt, how much of that she's going to add to George Weah? How much of that is Musa Ability? Just in case Musa Ability decide and say, I'm going to join the Coalition for Democratic Change. How much of that percentage Musa Ability is going to add to that? There is a huge, and those 8 lawmakers you are talking about, there is no empirical evidence that they are even supporting Kun. Maybe they are being diplomatic because they are lawmakers and they want to give him the respect that he deserves. But when politics comes on, they might say, no, this man deceived us. This man was against our
godfather. We are speaking about the past result. So don't put that thing on us. We are speaking about the past result.
but I'm telling you the probability of Combs wallow because of his own attitude, his own action and money buyings. People from NIMA, credible people from NIMA, including Coker and Prince Johnson, submit lists of name buyings to him for preferment. He dropped those names and they're not giving consideration. People are not hurt. You think they were not campaigning against him? This man abandoned the MDR in the middle of the game and joined Unity Party just because he wanted to be vice president.
The MDR disagreeing with you. The MDR Secretary General disagreeing with you. The MDR person disagreeing with you. How can you run with that? We'll bring you in, Grill. Hold on 1 minute, Darius, real quick. Then we'll bring Kev in. Oh, Kev, you want to go now? I see that you're too quiet. Sen Kanye will knock you out. You just been quiet. Why? Go ahead, Kev.
Kanye can knock me out. Well, let me say this. You know, sometimes when we're looking at it, let's look at it from the data point of view, right? Let's look at the past election, senatorial election, where the vice president campaign and where Cougar campaign. Cougar campaign and mainly the Gil belts, where the vice president campaign in Nimba, Edith with Cougar, shows that the vice president cannot even cross to the other side, cannot even go to the minor belt, cannot even, nobody to the minor belt will listen to him. While Prince Johnson, the entire Nimba, including the minor, the Gil belt, listen to Prince Johnson. So if you say Cougar, if you say Kun will beat Cougar, then let's look at the where and the vice president campaign, and let's look at where Cougar campaign. And I believe, and I will say this on the show today, I hope everybody remember, I believe that without Cougar be on the side with Kun, the Unity Party will never carry Kun. And I repeat, without Cougar be on the side with Kun, the Unity Party will never carry Kun. Because you know what? Kun cannot bring Nimba County. He cannot bring Nimba County. Gibson said it right. Nimba County is being split. If Cougar take his own, Musa take his own, you get Edith there. How can you go with Kun? The reason why Kun and went on that ticket, right, with JMB is because Prince Johnson could bring the entire Nimba. So Nimba voted, the entire Nimba voted, but he cannot. So I don't believe the Unity Party would carry. And lastly, every election that Cougar Kun ran, or every election that Kun was on the ticket, it was back during the CDC days. CDC back him in the back. Prince Johnson back him.
Okay, thank you very much. It means
he cannot stand up alone.
CDC will back him again. Thank you very much. Colonel Gray, let's hear you. Let's hear you, Colonel Gray. Colonel Gray, sorry, I beg you. Hold on 1 minute. Let's listen to Darius. Darius, real quick. You're muted.
Yeah. So the politics in Nimba will play out. But mind you now, it was the late Senator Johnson, the godfather, who lifted the hands of Jeremiah Kun to become a senator. Now, when Senator Johnson passed, there was already a political tie. You have Senator Nyantuan from the minor bill. So when you see Senator Cougar is angry over the fact that people saying the vice president made him to become a senator, when you see him angry and resisting that, it's because they're already a tie to have one minor and 1 Gio senator. And then he was already a 2-term or 3-term representative, well known in the county. That's why you see him resisting. Coming to 2029, like I said, look at the projects President Weah carried on in Nimba. Look at the votes that he obtained from Nimba, over 50 or 60,000 votes without the vice president. If this government continues to perform poorly, Nimba is being left out already. From all indications, the sons and daughters are complaining. The vice president is sitting. Mind you, the 8 to 7 lawmakers you see supporting the vice president right now, going to election, they will want to stick on the side of the people of Nimba so some of them can lose election. They would not want to continue supporting the regime when the people are disenchanted, when the people are feeling poverty, the hardship, when Nimba is being left out. Most other lawmakers will flip-flop to the opposition. That would be a terrible thing for the vice president. So if the vice president is going as president on Unity Party ticket, then it's a tough election there. Mind you now, Musa Belete is also preaching the politics that Nimba tired producing vice president. It is time for them to produce president. Kokai may go as vice president to still continue, but it will be a different thing because there will be the question will be why did you rescue Nimba?
Thank you. Thank you. We want to ask the people on this, but we will not forget today to discuss Jeremy Pierre and his deputy. More insults coming from the end. But I want to say to you, Conagray, for me, great. And Sidisha, yeah, no. They are not willing to carry Koga. They are confused like hell.
Still not our decision to make.
But wait now, hey, brother, did you form independent CDC? Thank God, Councillor Karen gave me a new thing on you. But on a serious note, though,
the president choose Koga Bulgarian.
Kev speaking, Karen, I beg you take note. But again, on a serious note, right? Conagray, I'm yesterday. Imagine, Winfred Russell, are you serious? Emmanuel George, are you guys ready to want this thing just because you don't want CDC to win election? I mean, that's just me. Conagray, welcome to the show, man. Can Koga beat Jeremiah Coon in Nimba County?
Well, happy Sunday, Stanton. First, I don't believe CDC will ever win election in Liberia as long as Madam Salif not supporting them. That's the only opportunity they had, and that gone. But that said, let me say this. They can fight all they want. Once Madam Salif is not there to support them, they will not win. Koga, on the other hand, is fighting at all costs to fill in the shoes of the late Senator Prince Johnson. That is his dream. And, you know, and don't be surprised if he even goes on to probably even take the wife of the late senator.
Well, don't bring that people to you about.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Look, my brother.
Yeah.
Let me tell you this. Don't be surprised if he come in the future, come back and beat somebody on my back. But I can tell you that's how much he desires to replace Senator Prince Johnson. And when it comes to Koga, he could do anything to fill that shoes. But here is my wish. My wish is that he sustains first his senatorial position, refine himself out there, and stop fishing everywhere. You know, he goes on to visit Cummings because he wants to be in good book with him. Maybe Cummings will be thinking about taking somebody from Nimba. He's fleecing around George Weah, maybe President George Weah, former President George Weah might take him, and so on. So it's on a fishing expedition. But you can never replace Coon. Coon is the closest since Jackson F. Doe, who was elected president but was denied the ability to take his seat under the Samuel Doe regime. Since that period, we've had vice president coming in, people are filling the shoes of Charles Taylor on an interim basis. But the Nimba people have somebody, and people like to say Kun has done nothing for Nimba. I don't like to hear that. One of the largest referral hospitals they have there now was donated by Kun to this government, to the people of Nimba. And you want to talk about somebody who
you said the largest referral hospital?
One off.
Is that a clinic or hospital?
A clinic, hospital.
Okay.
But one of the largest. But here's the deal. Unless the Nimba people tell me that the entire government of Liberia should be occupied by Nimbanians, they have their roles in key sectors of our country, and they are dominating there. Go to labor. Even if you go to NSA, the last LDA, keep going. Go down to Ministry of Post and Telecom.
Thank you.
The people are there. Now, what can Kun do as Vice President of the Republic of Liberia? Absorb all the Malians in government? He can do. And
thank you very much.
They won't showcase him as though he has no interest. If Koga had interest, now Twine is fighting a leading war against ArcelorMittal. Do you see him there? He's not going to go there because that will overshadow him.
Thank you very much. And I think, guys, let's play Koga. Let's play Koga here.
Can be filibustering, breaking or making me to be senator. It's a myth. If Arsene Koga was criminal, Liverpool would never elect me. If Arsene Koga had a bad repetition, he would not know about my peers to elect me. First of all, my character and your support. So you should not use that opportunity to penetrate me and make me that little boy. I will later because the Liverpool respected me and they believe that I have quality of leadership in me. There's a reason why you later me. Look, what made me vex? If somebody is hungry, when we sitting down here, when you're about to fall down, then you took me and carry to your house, you get food. When you eat, then you start discussing in the community, say, the men are working where they are not paying me to carry to my house to eat. You are bad today. You are disgraceful for life. Any good thing you do for someone that God will allow you, then you will be begging over here. We all are made by God. Isn't it? So if we are human beings, so if for example, I am somewhere, is that a master you or you because you made it to made you?
Man, I will finish this scene with Russell and his brother Emmanuel. I mean, something begot something, nothing begot nothing. Garbage in, garbage out. Something is happening here. And I think Koga voice is resonating with his people too. But can he beat Jeremiah Kun in Nimba County? What a president or vice president. You think the people can come around the Koga at this time for maybe 2035, but 2029, can that happen? So guys, close up, and then we'll go to our last topic for tonight and go to the phone line. What do you think, Russell? Now you hear this, though.
I got a question for you, Stanton.
Go ahead with your question, then Russell will come.
My question to you, Stanton. Are you positive, 100%, that Joseph Boakai is not going to run 2029 and Jeremiah Kun is going to be presidential candidate for Unity Party?
So who would be that person for Unity Party? If you look at the Constitution, it should be Jeremiah Kun if the president is not running, right? We all agree, right? The ticket got to the side. I do believe some strong men, strong UPs, not the flag AJ, not the people that I don't pay their dues, like Gafwane. Not the people that I will leave the country and go work with UN and other organization and come out of hustle when Unity Party win like Gafwane, right? I do believe the strong UPs will come together and they will support Jeremiah Kun. So to your question, whether Joseph Boakai will be running 2029, we pray to God for long life, but the president will not run 2029. That's an affirmative. I know what I'm saying and what I'm saying there. President Joseph Yema Boakai will not run for re-election 2029. Anybody can say what they want.
That breaking news.
No, I said it before. And I listen, I said it before. It will not happen. you know, and seriously speaking, Joseph Yeman Boakai, everything I know, everything I've heard, conversation I'm involved with, he would not be running 2029. He will cut this thing and put somebody hand up. And I believe that person will be Jeremiah Coon.
The reason I asked the question, and then just 30 seconds, someone from Unity Party sent me a message. And the person said, Gibson, do you think we are stupid? The president will go for second term, he will be home, and we will campaign for him.
Tell the person, say, God bless them.
And that is a very, very high government official and senior.
That was it. Tell the person, say, God bless them. The president will stay home and we campaign for him. He will get opposition or free ride. Does that make sense to you? Winfred Russell, let's talk, man. I mean, you guys have a question or you want to say something, let it flow.
I would defer to my brother Emmanuel, but you know, because I think you know we've said, or I've said all of what I have to say. If all things considered, if conditions are the way they are with this current Unity Party government, and hypothetically, if Jeremiah Coon were to be the head of the ticket, and from all indications, it sounds like he's going to be the head of any ticket that Unity Party comes up with. He's going to be that arrowhead. He's going to have a very difficult time winning Jeremiah Coon there. I mean, it's going to be a mess. It's going to be a bloodbath. I mean, there's no question about that. So I stand by that. But that also depends on how the pieces are going to be moved around. So this is all hypothetical. For now, I think he can beat. I think he can beat. Vice President Jeremiah Coon. All things considered. Councilor Bala, all things considered, I'm saying, he can
beat Vice President Jeremiah Coon, but can he beat a stand-up bearer political leader Jeremiah Coon?
No, I don't think he can beat a stand-up bearer Jeremiah Coon, because in Nima, I mean, there's a history since 2005. Nima County has always voted for the son when the son is on his top ticket. So if we take the history and the repeated data pattern that we have from Nima, if Jeremiah Coon is top ticket, there's no way Samuel Koka. In fact, Samuel Koka is going to contour. He's going to bow down. He's going to respect a son of Nima that is top ticket. And as I've been arguing on this platform several times, that the people of Nima has continuously looked forward to the son being the president of the Republic.
So, Emmanuel, let me ask you this: Are you saying if the vice president on the ticket, as the head of the ticket, he will win 2029 election? That's what you're saying?
No, not what I'm saying. I'm talking specifically about Nima County.
Nima.
I'm talking specifically about Nima County.
We know that Joe, we can win Nima, so let's stay in Nima small.
So I'm specific about Nima. If Coon is top ticket, definitely Nima will vote for him. We have consistent data about how the people of Nima County vote during election.
Yeah, the voting pattern in Nima, for sure.
Yeah, it's consistent. There's no doubt.
Yeah, but we also never witnessed Nima being split like this. Think about it. Think about it. If always had Nima,
Coon is top ticket, Nima will vote for him.
But we never
take it from me
saw Nimba splits. Nimba is split right now. The Musa ability Nimba, the Koga Nimba. Then you get the Jeremiah.
No, I totally agree with you. But if Coon is top ticket, Nima will vote for Coon. I totally agree that there's a split. But if Coon is top ticket, Nima will vote for Coon.
How many percent do you think George Weah and Koka can get against Jeremiah Coon?
In Nima?
Yeah.
In Nima. Let me tell you something, and I think that's where we're going to push a little further. And guys, you can comment because it can just be a short question, short answer to entertain everyone, right? Kanyo, Jefferson, great. But I think to this your question, Jeremiah Coon will not get the Prince Johnson vote. If anybody think he will not get the Prince Johnson vote. Nobody in Nima can get the Prince Johnson vote. Prince Johnson vote, Prince Johnson took it to the grave. You can't get it. What will be happening here? Jeremiah Kun will have to consolidate because all is not rosy right now. Though if he's on the ticket to be the standard bearer, Nima Kwado will come around, but it will be a different battle. But at the end, we are saying he will win by a margin. Not a lot, the Prince Johnson. Are you agreeing with what I'm saying? But he will win because Prince Johnson took his stuff to his grave. Imagine, guys, I will end up this, right? If you have the Ida Gonglo taken away from you, if you have the Tewo Gonglo taken away from you, you have the Musability taken away from you, you have the Sam Koga now on your throne, you have all Yeru, all of them coming together. You don't expect, and the Prince Johnson Naira, you don't expect Jeremiah Kun to come up with 360,000 votes or 306,000 votes. The only thing you would do, can Jeremiah Kun win by at least by 60% or maybe 55%? Yes. And that's one thing.
So, Stanton, let me come in.
The question, CEO. I think that
Jeremiah Kun has never
CEO
won
asked me
any
the
election
big
on his own in Nima.
That Jeff finish up. Go ahead, Jeff.
Jeremiah Kun has never won any election on his own in Nima without Prince Johnson supporting him. So his political strength has never been tested in Nima. Koga won that election not because Kun supported him. Koga by himself was already popular in Nima. I agree, Kun added to his campaign, yeah, but it was not because of Kun Koga won that election. The only person that has demonstrated in Nima that they are able to sway the vote of Nima has been Prince Johnson. And it's because the people of Nima owe something to Prince Johnson because of what he has done for Nima. Kun hasn't done anything for Nima. Nothing has he done for Nima people to be completely committed to that extent.
So, but Johnson though, Jeff.
But who's the point, CEO?
Jeff, I think that you agree with us. None of them have done anything compared to Prince Johnson. None of them.
Agree.
But you should also agree, like you said, Koga didn't win all by himself. He got help from the sitting vice president that spent almost a week in the Makante campaigning for him. You should give that.
I agree. He supported Koga's election.
So what's your argument here now to saying that he have never won all by himself?
My argument here is that Kun has never won any election in Nima County without being supported by Prince Johnson.
Who have?
Koga.
About big your man. Can't you let you, man?
Koga is the only man that went.
Let me give you a practical example.
Let's hear you. Let's hear Kanyo.
A practical example, right? After Vice President Kun, Yan Twine, and all the other guys rallied around Koga in order to make him senator. If you listen to the clip you just played, part of Koga's anger is that you guys supported me and made me to win. Now you're telling everybody I'm a senator because you supported me. I am angry because it's disrespectful to me. So even Senator Koga recognizes that it was a collective effort that made him senator. Secondly, in his previous district, that's why he said, go and listen to just let me speak like you spoke, I didn't interrupt you. Even in his previous district where he ran, the replacement for his seat was somebody that the Vice President Kun, I don't want to say handpicked, but supported and won overwhelmingly. And the word on the street is that Koga wanted to be the kingmaker in his previous district. He couldn't even achieve it against the Vice President. The guy who won was somebody that the Vice President just lifted his hand and placed to replace Koga in his constituency. Now, in your power, your constituency, which is supposed to be your power base, Nimba is massive. So if you're running now as you want to be the vision bearer of the county, the first place to consolidate is where you are coming from, your own constituency. That constituency Koga couldn't maintain it for whoever he wanted. The person there, the president, the vice president, supported and put there. Then you talking about the whole country.
We got to hear from the Liberian people real quick, guys. It's very important for us to do. We got to hear from the Liberian people on this. I believe, right? Russell, maybe you and Emmanuel will agree with me to take away the seditions from here. No, and add Remy Great because it's not a sedition, right? We are all independent and leaning one side. Can you buy that?
Gibson is not a sedition, though, is he?
Gibson is not a sedition. He support Joe Manuel.
Oh, I thought he was a popular guy.
No. Gibson support Joe Manuel.
Okay.
So once you support Joe Manuel,
not yet.
Yeah, but you support him. Forget about not yet thing. That's a scam. You want
the man Bannon shit.
The man want them to sign the contract. That's why you say not yet. Once they sign the contract, the brother will be up tomorrow.
You're also the man Bannon shit.
So my thing is, I do believe that it's a good thing for sedition to be happy that there's a problem in the camp of Jeremiah Coon. It's fine, right? But do I believe that Jeremiah Coon will abandon ship? He would leave? No. I don't know about you. All this thing, Jeremiah Coon and Koga doing, Koga ain't going anywhere. Jeremiah Coon ain't going anywhere. I do believe, and that's why I said to my fellow seditions, oppositions, no positions, these are brothers. Koga will not leave Jeremiah Coon. They will fix it. If Jeremiah Coon on the top of that ticket, I do believe. No, but brother, let me finish now. You can disagree because you have a vision, you have a dream. You want Koga to leave. What is Koga benefit of leaving? What is Koga going to bring to George Manawia? Do you think George Manawia and people around will accept Koga as vice president? Do you think Maggie will accept Koga? Do you think Osamatua will accept Koga? Do you think, seriously speaking, Jim Fonatikofa will accept Koga after what just happened at the Capitol building? Do you believe that? Deep down in Fonati heart? Do you believe, no, seriously, that these guys that will trust a Koga to come around? Let's make that argument here. Just stop bluffing. Just leave the man alone. Let the man vent.
Politics is not brother.
No. I disagree with you. Joe, we are alone this time, not making that decision, brother. I disagree with you.
But politics is not brotherhood. Politics is not fraternity. Politics is interest, and the greater interest drives the ego. In this situation, Koga has a lot in terms of interest to drive himself to either of the.
So Koga got a lot than the other political leaders.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Does Koga has a lot than the other political leaders? Than the other opposition political leaders? Does he have a lot?
Koga stands a better chance to produce additional numbers for the CDC in Nima County than any other political leader.
Outside of Nima?
Outside of Nima, we don't need Koga. We only need George Weah.
Oh, okay. Can you see the problem that coming?
I'm being very honest. If you left, listen.
That is true. The man speaking.
No. That is not statistically right because
you
want all the county and Los Lofa County.
Emmanuel, you can disagree with me. This is why I'm authentic. I say exactly what's on my mind so that people know where I stand. Outside of Nima, George Weah does not need Koga to produce a number.
Outside of Nima,
George Weah has his own number. Even in Lofa County, where Joseph Boakai is supposed to be the king, George Weah claimed 35% of the votes without any.
Can George Weah win by himself?
George Weah can win without Nima.
No.
Outside of Nima, if we took Nima out of the equation and said because this election is going to be tough, let's put Nima aside. Nima, please don't vote this year. George Weah will beat anyone who come in his way.
Yeah.
I think George Weah can win with
hands down.
Nima.
Wait, can George Weah win without his vice presidential candidate outside of Nima?
No, but we're taking Nima out now.
Yeah.
Yes.
If Koga comes, we only need Koga to give us 35 to 40%.
You gave me Mr. Ware too much.
Leave Koga.
You gave me too much.
Wait. Can former President George
don't need Koga to win the election.
Jeff, win now. Yesterday you say you need a man, today you say you don't need a man. I don't know, you confusing us. Jeff, wait more. I'm asking you, Gibson.
Yeah.
Outside of Nima, take Koga from there.
Yes.
Take it out of this thing. You left for 14 counties, right?
Yes.
Can George Weah win?
Yes. Here's why I believe so. George Weah had Joel Howard Taylor, who gave him Bond County. But apart from Bond County, George Weah won Grand Bassa, you know that. George Weah won almost all the other county apart from Lofa County. And even in Lofa, he had 35% of the vote in the presence of Joseph Boakai.
You see, Joe Weah won all the other county apart from Lofa?
Almost, I said almost all the other counties.
Almost, that's about county.
CDC lost Grand Bassa in the second round.
Yeah, in the second round. In the second round.
Yeah.
But
that's a real election.
No.
That's a real election.
Now let understand ourselves. Now you jump me
So
all
like,
around.
yeah.
Okay. Second round.
Okay, if second round comes,
yeah.
If second round comes, then the Nima County become more contentious. Then we need Coca. If Coca can give us Nima County, George can fight.
Well, that new Gibson here.
But Gibson, your giants that you had in Lofa County, they have also not sorted.
He intentionally swallowed the second round, and he was talking about the first round. The second round, everybody going to second round, 2029. That would not.
Yeah, but you were not talking about the second round. You were talking about election. So I was taking the first round.
No, brother. We are talking about the second round. Yeah, right. Say what you want to say. The election will go for second round.
No way. George Weah and Kun cannot go for second round. George Weah will beat Kun in the first round.
Move for here, man. Move for here, man. Move for here.
Okay, give me the political dynamics of how Kun can come with victory.
Right? Joe Weah won Bond County, right? Joe Weah won losing Nimba, Lofa, Mosirani, Magibi, 4. If you know the county, right? Joe Weah ended up saying, I can't make it in this place. Nimba, Lofa, they beat him.
I can't make it in this place.
And Moserado. Imagine Joe Weah losing what might get winning in Magibi, but the people rejected Joe Weah.
Yes.
And you want to say, but when now,
go ahead. Let me give you a chance. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're doing it intentionally. I hate to hear my fellow sedition telling us.
Well, you sedition now before you get fellow.
Hey, I'm my brother and sister, but we are family, but you don't need that thing. I'm mayor of all county, Uncle P. I hate to hear. No, I say that intentionally because when I say my fellow UPS, I don't want them to blame me too. But I hate to hear that, right? When people sit down and want us to believe that Joe Weah only need to win Nima to win an election when they flocking him in Magibi, in Moserado, right? Grand Bassa, when they beating him, the Lofa, Nima. So what you want to
Okay, so since you asked a question, let me answer it, then I'll let the other people speak.
Go real quick.
Stanton, let me state for the record, George Weah versus Kun. There is no second round. George Weah will beat Kun flat. Kun does not have a pathway to beating George Weah. The only place that Kun depend on is Nima County. And I'm hearing he want to carry Thomas Fowler because he want Lofa. George Weah will beat them in Lofa as well. So number two.
Go ahead. This guy.
Okay, go ahead, Remy Green.
Just before Remy Green, let me say something.
That egg got to toggle.
Let me just say something 1 minute. Remy, 1 minute, please, come on. Stanton, let me just make this thing clear. If Nima County could make anybody president, Prince Johnson will become president. Prince Johnson will become president. I don't care who is on the Unity Party ticket. George Weah and the CDC will win the election comes 2029 because of the failure, the corruption, the bad governance, and the incompetence of the Unity Party. Watch my word on this.
All right, Stanton.
Mr. CDC or the other CDC we're talking about, which one are you talking about? Which
Mr.
CDC?
Mr. Chesson, I've said nothing that is not familiar with the former CDC or the current CDC or the future CDC. In fact, they double down on some of those characteristics. But let me say this again: when it comes to NIMBA, if the presidential election, whether Kun goes as first or second, the NIMBA people will continue to see. Because let me say, even if President Boakai runs 2029, he's not going to go too deep into his administration. The vice president could take over.
I'm not going
that is no, but Stanton, that is one way to look at this. And then furthermore, it's a compromising candidate. The southeastern region that Joe are claiming dominance, Kun also has ties there. He's a fluent speaker of Bassa. Go to Riverside, he's there. Go to Maryland. So look, this is why people continue to judge Mr. Weah based on his past performance. But that guy damaged that brand when he ran the country for 6 years and left us in a hollow, not even a trench, but a hollow. And that record will always surface when they're judging him. He's a weaker Joe Weah going forward now than he was prior to becoming president. So
let me ask you a question, right? What do you make about this, the other opposition political party? Do you believe in Musa Benedict Faye?
I saw there, I said Musa or Platoon. You know, look, let me tell you something. There's an absence of certainty between the two-party system that have reigned supreme for the last 20 years. There's a vacuum. So people are hanging on, smoke screen. But military party, I don't believe it's going to go anywhere. Forget about. Look, if it comes to a serious election,
who do you think will come third?
That is the slot anybody's going to fight for. Don't forget, some people overlooking even Appleton, who came third in the going election. Let's say this.
Appleton was Let me speak. People don't come third for nothing. You can't say George Weah would take their vote and give it to Appleton. You can't say they cheated with Appleton for President Boakai to win. They were the incumbent.
No.
That is the rationale.
Appleton, they voted for Appleton. I'm not going to say somebody cheated for.
Why are you discounting him?
Yeah.
No, I'm not discounting him, but I'm saying it was an anomaly. It was because of Appleton's name, the ballots are not alphabetized. So people thought his name was a first name.
No, you don't have a scientific proof of that. That hypothesis is faulty. Because it's not supported by experiment.
They voted for Appleton because of Appleton. Now we can have that other separate. I know why.
What did he do?
President Weah was number 18. Why did he make mistake?
No,
President Weah. No, if you hold that in that variable intangible, President Weah was number 18, if not even 20. Why did you want to tell me from up there to 18 people? The voters.
President Weah was number 18, but well known.
I'm making my point. The voters know their leaders. The voters know their leaders. The voters know their leader. It was not by accident.
Do you know?
Colonel Great, thank you very much.
Let me just say something real quick, Stand-up, before we move on.
Yeah, Brother Russell, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just say something real quick. Emmanuel, I don't know if you guys if you notice this or pay attention to this, but there is a reason why ballots in America, if you look at our ballot, okay, between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, all the way down to all of the down races, all of it, They are randomized. They are not advertised. Okay. In Liberia, the list, the ballot is advertised. And there's a reason why the folks here don't do that. Because no matter what, you know, have you heard, Conor Gray, in this country, folks will go say, oh man, I know who these judges are. Just the first name I saw, I just take it. The first name, you know, so people have the propensity to do that during the election. So that's why the ballot, you know, I have 15 precincts when I voted. It was all randomly placed. Okay, even though my last name is Russell, her last name was Hisley. But it was, I came first in some places, I came last in some places, and that's what I want to do to mitigate that issue.
Thank you.
And in Liberia, Appleton name was the first.
Russell, we can argue that all along, but let's go ahead.
I got to go to the full line. Well, what I'm saying is that, guys, it was very interesting hearing you guys on the Sam Kugay issue. Sam Kugay promised us, we spoke to him yesterday, that he will be appearing on Spoon Talk 101 with the CEO next week, Sunday. And also we'll be bringing in the daughter from Nema County, Edith Ganglowe, this week as well, to hear from her and to hear her view. It's going to be a very interesting show. I want to say to you, as always, this is what we do here on Spoon Talk with 24 minutes left. Before we go to the phone line, though, a lot of stuff is trending on the Ministry of Information. What do you think they should do now, right? I'm talking about the two guys, the Deputy Daniel Sano and the Minister Proper, what's his name is Jeremy Pierre. A lot of stuff is happening. Have they turned that ministry? Have they denigrated the ministry? I mean, something that you have not seen in a long time. Well, I mean, what's the purpose of that ministry? Is it to tell the Liberian people what is happening in the government? But for the ministry and those that work there, senior officials, to position themselves with insult, we can play all of it and you listen. Going after the press union, you know, scaring him, like this one, talking about, you know, journalists, telling him, say, you guys are not educated and delete. What is this a problem? Let's listen to this.
You don't know how to do interview.
Yeah, so
no, call it or you get ready your style.
So I'll probably like to know what the VAR president Bokole this town hall meeting. The Minister of Health was not there. So the Nema caucus and the two senators from Nema, they was not
That's
there.
a part of your problem. Just take time and learn. Don't misuse words. What do you mean by boycott? You know what I mean by boycott? If you call me to a program and say, I'm not coming there, I boycott. You know what issue the vice president had that enabled him not to come? How can the government boycott if the vice president is the second person in command of the government? The town hall is a government program and you say the man boycotted. What are you talking about?
So what went wrong?
What do you call what went wrong?
Because we were expecting him to be in the meeting today.
Yeah, so if you didn't see that, mean he was not available. It didn't mean
What's
that
the
he was
problem?
You want me to tell you the problem?
Yes, but people who are expecting the VAR president want to play.
So go to his office and ask him you want to have the problem.
So, Honorable Minister, today in the meeting, there were so many issues raised from the citizens.
What are you recording? You see the problem I have with you? What are you recording? You brought up when you let give any attention.
It's not there.
Go to your deleted messages.
You deleted it already.
When you delete it, it goes to deleted stuff. Go to your deleted stuff. That's what I'm telling you. Then you want them on the telephone.
So then the end from Jeremy Pierre, though, telling the journalists to delete. I mean, is that how low we have come as a ministry? He denigrated the journalists and said you are uneducated, you don't know how to ask questions. He is the information minister, though. He telling the journalists, say, you got problem, I won't answer your question, go to the office of the vice president, will ask the question. Then at the end of this, he telling the journalist, you must delete. You have no right to recall. When they were there asking him questions, Jerome kept saying, well, I mean, what's going on here?
First of all, let's look at the Ministry of Information. It's not a propaganda ministry. It's a public relation ministry. That means there is a dichotomy between propaganda and public relation. Public relation, you speak good about what the government has done. Propaganda, you denigrate your opponent. That is not what our ministry stands for. And this is where the minister, Sandra Johnson, and other than are making mistake. Are you, I don't know if Gerald Limepia is able to look in my face and tell me to delete my recording. I don't know if he can ever do that. But the moment you begin to talk to the government minister and he begin to answer questions, it's a fair game to recall. Because if you don't recall and quoting and misquoting, you will say the journalist can misquote people. So he is providing information to the media. He's talking to the media. He didn't even say this is off record. If the minister does not want it to be recorded, he put the journalist on notice and say, German, this is casual discussion, it's off record. I don't want you to report it. I don't want you to record anything. But yeah, you can ask me, I can tell you and give you background information, but I'm not granting interview. And even at that, in the journalistic world today, there's a thin line between what the person say is offline and off record and what is on record. Because you can't be telling me as a minister that tomorrow we'll be killing somebody, then you say it's off record. That is not off record. Even if you told me it's off record, it is on record. So what the minister did, he demeaned the journalist. He demeaned the journalist. He presented the journalist as he don't know a damn thing or what he's doing. He don't know what kind of question, and that those are legitimate questions. And then he made the journalist to delete. I don't even know who the journalist that deleted. I will not delete. I will not delete.
Let me move around here. This is concerning. This is suppression on press freedom.
Of course. Abuse.
Okay, so when the report came out and they said, no, the report was wrong, these are some of the findings. Winfrey Ross, so what's going on here? That you find yourself that now the minister going around telling journalists and say, listen, delete what you have recorded. They did it at the airport the other day when the president came in. They deleted some of the report. They took the journalist camera and deleted. He said, yeah, talk to me. How you think people are going to view this government on attack on journalists, deleting the video, insulting them, beating on them? Talk to me.
As someone who is a trained, academically trained journalist, I find it troubling, and I've said this before. I know Councillor Bala disagrees with me, but I think the Ministry of Information as an entity has outlived its usefulness in our government structure. Information could be disseminated. Development communication could be disseminated in a completely different way than it is being disseminated now. I mean, if you look at a lot of advanced democracy and stuff, they don't use this structure that we still have, that's sort of old and archaic, in passing information down to the population. We can do a better job. Even if they must maintain this structure as it is, it needs to be reformed. There's a lot of reform, restructuring that needs to go on, and maybe Gibson may have wanted to say, I mean, this is not, or it shouldn't be a propaganda arm of the government as is being used now. It's more of public affairs as opposed to public relations, because but mainly public affairs, and that's how it should be set up. These guys are angry, they are rude and condescending, and they need to be let go. We don't need them to be the face of this government and giving us information. If they're going to be censoring information, because this is clearly censorship, Stanton. This is what you call censorship. So I mean, you don't do that. And for these guys who are at the top of the government and the official mouthpiece of the government is going to be doing that, going to be intimidating and making these condescending remarks to journalists who are trying to collect information and disseminate information to the public. You know, this platform is listened, you know, across the country. Okay, so if you have journalists working for this platform, or even, you know, other platforms or other news entity, and you're doing that, that's wrong. That's unacceptable. I mean, it's a clear violation, especially coming from a government entity. I mean, this is censorship, and we need to call it out.
You know, when we do this thing and people come up and say, well, you don't know the start, the end. And let me bring in Kano. Kano, you heard on the clip, right? This just took place in Nimba. And I can play again for you to hear. He's telling the journalists to lead it, you know, denigrating the journalists, though. Censorship, like Russell said, suppressing the press freedom. I mean, how do you look at this? This is troubling for this government. It's not his first time. We get so many clips we will play. We get so many things we can share tonight about Jeremy Pierre, that he's a House staff information minister when it comes to the press.
Well, I believe that, I believe in the principles of free speech. I believe that we must foster an environment where people are free to engage the leaders of government, the governors, on any matter whatsoever, and it should be an open environment for us to do that. I believe that we should not threaten journalists or create a hostile atmosphere. I think that's how we should run an open government. In the particular instance, I will go on the evidence, right? And it depends on what the agreement between Minister Pierre and this guy was. Because there are times, even as a public official, and you know, Big Brother Jero there is the veteran journalist, he can weigh in on this, where you will say to a media person, I'm going off the record. And even for you, CEO, somebody like you in the seat, that the position in the Liberian media that you occupy, there are prominent people within government who will speak to you and they will say to you, this is off the record. Again, I'm not a journalistic professional to say where it falls along the aisle, but I know that happens. Now, in the context of having that conversation, if I were to say to you, I'm going off the record, and myself, I've had that happen with me when sometimes you're doing these research reports, you're speaking to actors in government, and they will say, for this portion, I don't want you to attribute that to me. Now, if that is the case and you went on to record, that could be problematic. And again, maybe the veteran journalists who are here, those who train in mass communication, can weigh in when you say I am off the record. Now, that's a separate issue.
We didn't hear anything in that recording say off the record, on the record. He was taking questions. So we will not say probably. The probably will not work. Then you're trying to cover up for him. You're trying to defend him yet. Why will you inject something that is not of reality? Speak to the video.
No, I always,
hold on, my brother. Did you call him and he explained to you, say, oh, we were off the record? If you think that what you heard, you need some clarity, call him and ask him. There is no we were off the record yet. Even if you're off the record, and he said that, does that give you right to go into his phone and delete everything? If you know what you said wasn't that bad? It was a clear question. But Jeremiah Kuhn never came to the program. We heard it from the start. But the issue about delete, now, let me ask you a question again now. Say you're trying to defend him. Then hold on 1 minute. Let me play this other incident here. And you will say again, off the record. Is this off the record too?
Let me check my phone to get my web number. I'm working with President Waka. He's number in my phone. Somebody asked me for Waka number. Let me check my phone to see the president number. Does it make sense?
As for me, I'm not having my boss's number off hand. It's in my phone. I
don't care about that. That's your life to live. That's your issue to worry. But when you come to me, you say you're working somewhere and you got your person's phone, it's more of a red flag on you. Like people out there lying on people. You lying on somebody's institution. And they won't call the person and say, oh, I don't have the person's phone. Open his phone.
He is simple. I gave him my
You
phone.
hearing what he's saying? You hearing what he's saying? Open the phone. Who gave him right? This is a different incident, though. He attacking another journalist. That journalist should open their phone. Why do you think this is so unique? Even if you want to say probably and defend Minister Pierre, why do you think it's okay for them to see the journalist and say, I'm working for Gibson? If he doesn't have the number, he doesn't have the number. Will you go into his phone and say, give me your phone, open your phone? Isn't that a hostile activities from the minister of, don't you think we have a serious problem here, Kano? Councillor, how can you say problem in this case?
Well, you see, CEO, I mean, if it were something that concerned you or anybody on this platform for that matter, and I presented with a set of facts, especially a recording, I like to be very measured and calculated in what I say, because to be outrightly condemnatory without having all of the facts could indict me tomorrow. That's why I asked, what is the situation? Now, if you say that recording explicitly says that there was harassment, then I will say if there was harassment, it is wrong. But get me right, that is only pressed upon the evidence and that you are presenting to me that I must agree with, based on the fact that you say this is the evidence. But my original position was said, I'm not
personally agree with it, but generally, isn't this just suppressing the press, their activities? Not one, not two, not three. Everywhere you go, you tell the journalist, say, give me your phone. Let me delete the message. Let me delete the recording. Don't you think we have a problem here?
I think that, like I said from the beginning, I think that we must, governors as a whole, and I've never deviated from this point, must engender an environment of free flow of information. There should not be muzzling of the press. There should not be instances where journalists are in fear of those who are the authorities. That's my general disposition. That's my belief around, democracy and how it should be. Now, to go beyond that general expression of what I believe and to condemn the minister means I will have to have all of the evidence that point to clear harassment and intimidation.
So call the minister, Kanye. Let's hear you. Let's hear you, Emmanuel. Emmanuel, where we are today is troubling for our country, right? It's not, go ahead real quick. I see that you want to say something about yourself quickly.
Yeah, before Emmanuel, just a quick second. I just wanted to say something to Councillor Gbala. So in the profession, it doesn't matter if I came to you with my recorder or my notepad and you were to say, okay, what I'm about to tell you is off the record. Even if I were to say that, and you saw that or you noticed that I may have been recording or taking notes, it still doesn't give you, Councillor Gbala, the right to come and try to bully me, to take that stuff away, to intimidate me, or to suppress that information. It just doesn't happen. Especially for someone at that level, where Jeremy, what Minister Pia is. It's just wrong. And so we have to call it out for what it is. What we are hearing on this tape and what he is saying, it is clearly bullying, unprofessional bullying behavior, and borderline censorship. And that's wrong.
And that's exactly what they did to the PUL when the deputy himself is something that is part of all of them. Listen to the deputy as he speak about the PUL and don't try us. When a minister say and don't try us, it's more than threatening an individual or group or society. This is, let go spade or spade, guys. Jeremy Pierre is totally wrong. But that's a trickle-down effect. And the trickle-down effect, it's not only going down to people being afraid now, but they sit on a podium that is paid for by the government. And Daniel Sando is not only threatening opposition political leaders, but he also going after the press union and the press in the country. Let's drop this thing. I'll send it to you, Gibson. Can you please put it in our chat room? Let people see it.
I will. Let me. I want 30 seconds.
Real quick. I gotta
we
go.
don't have a lot of time.
Quick.
I know we don't have a lot of time on this thing, but I want to say the second portion that you played concerned my reporter. And I did call the minister to express my disapproval, my disgust about. I told him in our conversation that it was appalling for him to denigrate a journalist as a public official. Let me just tell everyone who probably is listening. Media Law 101. It's very clear.
I beg you, Gibson will be fair that we play this. Gibson, I beg you. Let me play this one. I beg you.
Ask yourself whether you go send. You see somebody in the street, you carry live there. I won't go live. I don't think my own phone go live. Something gotta be wrong with you. You call yourself journalist. You see how stupid it sound? How crazy that sound? If you check my phone to get my web number.
You hear that? You see how stupid you sound? You see how crazy you sound, Kayo? Do you think this is for any other reason, Kayo? You think this is even? Come on, man. Emmanuel, what's going on here? He's insulting a journalist. You see how stupid you sound. You see how crazy you sound. And this is the man that should be the gap between the government and the press, the information minister. This is the man that's sitting out, not one, not two, not three. The habit of insulting journalists.
Working with President. Doesn't make sense. Ask yourself whether you go send. You see somebody in the street, you carry live there. I won't go live. I don't think my own phone go live. Something gotta be wrong with you. You call yourself journalist. You see how stupid it sound? You know how crazy that sound? If you check my phone to get my web number. I'm working with President Waka. He's not on my phone. Somebody ask me for Waka.
So you understand what's going on here. And yet still, Emmanuel, the young journalist, the poor journalist say, yes, sir. You stupid. Yes, sir. You crazy. Yes, sir. Can you imagine? Then we expect to elevate. Is that the minister that should be elevating the government agenda? Talk to me, Emmanuel.
Senator, I think it comes with the atmosphere because the current Minister of Information used to work as the press secretary to President Salif. And I can recall or remember during that time I was actually working in Liberia, remember him making all these kinds of remarks he's making right now. So perhaps the current environment he finds himself in is an environment that seems to be or help him to engage in what he's engaged right now. Perhaps he believed that the president will not take any hard stand against him. But the minister must realize, those of us who are, I'm not a journalist, but I'm a researcher. And sometimes you send in a letter for interviews and people are not open for interview. And when you meet them in the street, in a casual environment, it's easy for you to actually reach out to them and get conversation from them. And the minister should know that as a government minister, an official of government, people may be wanting to get interviewed, but your office block you. Once you are in the street, you are fair game. You the one raise your hands up to ask for the position. You went to the Senate for confirmation to work on behalf of the Liberian people. Ask the Minister of Information. So journalists have the right to when they find you, anywhere they find you and need to get information, they have the right to ask questions. But again, I believe it's the environment he's operating in, because this minister that I'm seeing now is completely different from the press secretary that worked with Madam Salif. Is the environment he finds himself in? Is it the kind of leadership that he accountable to? I don't know what is happening, but I mean, during the Salif administration, I saw him as a more savvy, better approachable person. Even when we went to Norway for the Nobel Peace Prize, it was easy to have conversation with them. But at this point, I mean, it's just, it's totally different. And I think the second part of the matter, maybe they are not reading, they are not studying, they are not having the opportunity to get the information they need. And because of lack of information, they are now becoming aggressive. They are becoming arrogant because they don't have the information they need to answer the question. So what the minister can do now is to try to set up an early morning meetings with his team. Maybe when he get to work at 8 o'clock, 8 to 10 o'clock will be the opportunity for his team to brief him about what is going on in the country, and then get briefing from the other government ministries so that he will be able to answer questions. So, and then that will give him the strength he needs to have the information at his fingertip. But right now, this Minister Pierre is completely different from the press secretary Pierre I got to know many years ago while he was working in the Sirleaf administration.
And Stanton, let me provide information for the public.
And Conagry will come back to you. They have not spoken.
I just wanted to provide the information that it's difficult these days for journalists to interview even ministers. So, but go ahead. Let go. I'm gonna come here.
Yeah, Joseph, let's hear you.
Thank you, Stanton. And Stanton, two things happening here. One, the guys at the Ministry of Information have nothing to provide to the public. There's nothing positive they have to provide to the public, so they resort to insults. Two, the behavior of the guys at the Ministry of Information represent the total behavior of the entire Unity Party government. They are intolerant, oppressive, and arrogant. That is the true representation of this government, and it is sanctioned by the president. If this was not sanctioned by the president, by now he would have taken some action against those guys. But instead, he enjoys the oppressive behavior, the arrogant behavior, and he gets pleasure from that. Because if I was president, I would not tolerate my official at the Ministry of Information be disrespecting, insulting every journalist and every opposition leader. This is unprecedented in our leadership, in our governance process, in our politics. To see the Ministry of Information blatantly insulting and assaulting journalists and insulting every opposition leader, this shows that the Unity Party does not respect even the opposition. The Unity Party does not respect its own people. The journalists that should be the bridge between the government and its people are being insulted. The intent is to scare the journalists away. It's to prevent them from bringing out the facts, the truth about the failures, their incompetence, and their corruption. This is the true intent of the Unity Party regime. They don't want the journalists to be free. They want to muzzle the press because they don't want them to bring the facts to the public. And this is what Jeremy Pierre is actually doing, he and his deputy. It is unfair to our country. It is unfair to the public. We need to hear the truth, and the only way we can hear this is through the press. If you muzzle the press and you scare them away, there's no way we can get this information.
Jeff, thank you very much. Darius, let's hear you, and Conagry will take us home on this. Darius.
Yeah, so I think it's so unfortunate to have our ministers of education, the minister, the deputies are all engaged.
Information.
As an information ministry, yeah. I'm sorry. It's so unfortunate because not like Jefferson said, there's nothing to inform the Liberian people about. So they will plan their surrogates in the feed just to listen to any senator and then or representative, listen to all of the media platform. As soon as they say, oh, John Brown said this thing about the government, the next day it is an agenda item on MICAT to insult that individual. Nothing is coming from the Ministry of Information. Even if you look at their budget, 2024 they're getting 3 million. 2025 they're getting 3.9 million. They added another 900,000. But information coming out that they also finished their budget. The press, nothing they are really doing at that ministry, and I want to believe Matthew Nyupu, what he said. If you have continuously Daniel Sino every day as a deputy minister, the government is crushing. And now they are enjoying it because he's insulting leaders, lawmakers, opposition, imposition, he's insulting. But this is detrimental to the rescue mission. Now, censorship is in the human rights report. They specifically mention the press secretary in the 2024 human rights report. The same thing about press freedom. They mention the dismissal of those guys from the MCC. and they now seeing physical attacks from the information minister himself on journalists. This is not rescue. This is intolerant. This is anti-democratic. Why would you say you minister information when you're passing on the street, journalists should not be running behind you? Once you get down from your car, journalists will chase you until you go in your bedroom because they want information from you that you are not providing. And then because you don't have the information to provide to the journalists, then you go about insulting them and attacking them. It's
Thank
wrong.
you. Thank you. Colonel Gray?
Yeah, Senator, the other day I said it. I said, I don't think these people are by profession, they're trained journalists. I went to journalism school as my minor under some of the greatest minds, the like of Joe Marble, may so rest in peace, Lamini Warate, the like of Nelson Williams, where they cover rare. So very good professional, very tangible people. One of the things they will warn you in journalism school is to remove yourself from the issue or the story. Don't make the issue about you or yourself. They will always warn you first because it can be contentious. People are coming. If the best thing you can do, we used to have one PR person for the late Samuel Doe regime that used to say, no comment. You ask him any question, I think it was John Paibe, no comment. You cannot squeeze anything out of him because as long as you are the mouthpiece for a regime, anywhere you appear, somebody will come by to ask you a question. What I'm seeing is increasingly these people are becoming very thin-skinned, they're angry, even their approach. Look, there was a guy who understood the way of communicating to Liberian journalists, Bropley. I think his name is Dr. Bropley's brother. You understand? Comna Bropley was his name.
Yeah, Larry Bropley.
Yes.
Lawrence,
Anyway you put it, it will throw it back to you, but in a very civil manner. Matter of fact, you need to be extremely mellow. Maybe journalism was what kept me as mellow as I am sometimes. Because you know what? People will come to you. The issue is about the issue, it's not about you. Requesting for someone's cell phone to delete, those are authoritarian principles. Those are muffling or stifling, free dissent, of opinion. I don't think, if you ask me, if president were responsible for all the activities of their underman, somebody would not have marshaled people to go to the University of Liberia and beat up students for their opinion. That same individual would not have rounded up Boy Cooper, slashed his throat, almost killed him. That same guy would not have gone and beat up a minister in a nightclub where they were having fun.
At the end of the day,
It's not the president. The president may appoint, but the president don't have the eye of an octopus to see everything.
I'm not going to go there. It's not President Barker, but CDC will say anything. I want to put this on the minister and the deputy minister action. They should be responsible for their own action, right?
Yes.
But sedition, opposition, the one that just don't want anything to put it on Barker. That's fine. That's the politics, right? I'm not going to stop them. But I want this to be on Cherylin Pierre. I want this to be on Daniel Sando. A lot of clip coming up, and we'll put all the clips together, right? And play them all. A lot of different clips. It's surprising to know that Cherylin Pierre been beating on journalists in the country. It's very much surprising to know.
Let me say those people are supposed to hit the pause button and just chill out and rebrand themselves. Otherwise, they're losing the publicity battle. If you start getting angry with journalists, you're going to lose that battle. That what happened with the current president of this country. When he was angry with the press, now he deals with that in a certain way. He learned a hard lesson. You can't win that war against journalists.
You know what Traore did? He closed that Spoon Network. He tried, and you were here. You know that. Because it's the same thing. So the focus now is leaving the messaging, right? The focus now is to, excuse me, Jeff, you finished talking on Uma. Man, I respond to you, you told you might respond, please. I beg you, but Leo with CDC business. We agree with you that Joseph Barker, let's on the issue. The focus here now is to be on your message. The international community watching you. Nothing you got to say, but to beat on journalists, to curse journalists, to tell them that you're stupid. You don't know how to speak English. Where you coming from? Give me your phone. Open the journalist's phone. Go in there and take the SIM card and break it and throw it away. The poor journalist got to call his manager and say, you see what they're doing to me? That's it. That's one of the worst ever under a rescue government. Who does that? But you're going to go back to them and tell them, say, come vote for us? You're going to go back to them and tell them, say, you're going to write this thing on your media pages? Seriously, Russell, I mean, can you imagine the nonsense? When we close the show, let me just finish playing this thing. Then when we close the show, the man said they don't do it here in America. People don't run behind people yet, but maybe he doesn't know that.
You create dictators. When our leaders who want to be civilized and sensitive, you take advantage of that. They respect them. Then you want to grind out and pity you. Or they not say you a chunky impact and carry you to jail. Just when you say that, you understand why the balls are rough on you are, because you can be so disrespectful and disingenuous. You would have never dare go near them because your parents will cry for you. They may not kill you. They be laying on the subject by now. They must put you on the tell them, you're in the ball. They just come to the private place. You really behind them dressed like this. You're in jail. That's the main reason that very people put it. It's not an issue. It's an issue that you guys have a problem. You disrespect people all over the place. That's the issue. That's what I'm people where they are. Somebody being government official, the very American that are fighting the democracy for. You can see a American government official and the people just run behind them. You ever saw that before? Never. That's the biggest democracy on earth. But those are people who infiltrate people, very beautiful professionals.
And he lied. Because coming down the stairs of
that's a complete lie.
running behind this guy.
That's a
He got it all over. He lied. Nobody got to ask you question. They pick out the phone, they record you. Jeremy Pierce a liar. Can you imagine?
Will come to your private home.
Because the man went somewhere to eat something like later. They picking tackle the man. The other man back for that insurance. The man went somewhere to eat a later. They picking grab the man vest.
I mean, I spoil about Koga. You oppose me, though. Please don't bring that up.
No, it's really right. The picking on his motorbike, the picking knew it was Jeremy Pierre in that car. The picking chasing. That's why you were demanding that gave me the clip. Because the picking, you were about to enter that clip. The picking grab him. I mean, there's an embarrassment. They say Johnson, picking said, but that was Johnson coaching and not in power today. You dare not make it look better, fix it for us. I mean, Jeremy Pierre, I mean, this is a disgraceful thing, man. But you know one thing, Joe? When we end the show, I feel too bad for Uncle Joe. I am.
Still call him Uncle?
Yeah, that's my Uncle Joe. Yeah. I feel too bad because you know why? They keep these things away from him. They go to him and they lie. And even if he's aware, then he's not taking action, it's even double trouble. But can you imagine? Canada even know how to defend it. The only thing Canada say he won't see circumstantial evidence. Go ahead, go to Temple and just say it there. This is wrong. You can't do this. The best thing you want to see circumstantial evidence beyond unnecessary that. Go to George Roosevelt. Go there, criminal code A. Go see him. I don't like any Roosevelt. Why your name again? Go see him. He there, criminal code A. This is an embarrassment. This guy's there. I think that's just it. Have you realized? Let's do that closely on this, right? Have you realized there's nothing positive they can say for people to listen to them again? They have lost respect. They have lost respect. Journalists don't trust them. Everybody just say we're waiting. Have you realized that the country have come to a place that a drastic change needs to take place? People need to come in. People are yearning for that change. So, and we're going to enter 2026. And the year about to end. off budget. Go look at the off budget bill and see how much the president spent on traveling alone. Almost $4 million on traveling alone. What the people in the country are suffering. What's the reward on those traveling? Go out Jeremy P and Daniel Sano tomorrow. They make a briefing. And one thing I like, Russell, all the thing we do, the network there, the people that I can cover the guys down, they will stay standing there. They will still go there and go do that cover. That's a regular routine. Because maybe they go there, Jeremy P will start calling me again and start calling somebody else. Daniel Sano will start calling. You know what I do? I'll take all the clip, I can send it to them. Tell the black man, I will send them all the clip and tell them, so you're making the government to look so bad. Rescue? 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 That rescue looking at it there? Rescue causing my cause and power cause? That rescue looking at it there? Rescue beating on journalists? That rescue looking at it this? Is this rescue? Man, it's a feeling. I give up.
The power, that's what power will do, Stanton. The power gets to the head. And I think, those of you who are running part of political parties and hoping to come to power, whether it's the ANC or the CDC, I hope this is what happens when you try to put square pegs in round holes. A lot of these folks, they were not the appointments and all of that is not based on competence. It's based on patronage and cronyism and all of that. So, Emmanuel, I hope you all can learn from this, and Jefferson, I hope you all. Well, you guys have been there already. You've done it already. So, but I mean, this is what happened, because clearly these are some folks who. I mean, this stuff is above their head, apparently. You're muted, Stanton.
You see, let me say something, right? The Unity Party have lost the game. They've lost the game. They have nothing to communicate to the Liberian people. There's nothing they're doing. There's no way they can come out and say, because if I was the information minister and the journalist asking me question about government, I see it as an opportunity to communicate the doing of our government, the good things we do to improve the lives of the ordinary Liberian, but instead use that opportunity to insult, to attack the journalists. That's wrong, and until they can start to do something to improve the lives of the ordinary Liberian, they will continue to be insulting and attacking journalists. There's nothing to say, so you don't want anybody asking you. As for anybody, if you're actually performing, as soon as a journalist asks you, you will say, look, this is what the government has done, this is what we continue to do, this is how the people's lives are improving, this is where we met the country, this is where we've taken it, and you'll be happy to approach a journalist. But instead, nothing to say, nothing to do. All you do is to insult and attack the journalist. And it's wrong for our democracy, because if you suppress freedom of speech, you muzzle the press, then you're becoming a dictator.
I don't know, Stanley, if I can make my comment and go to my family meeting, but I mean, if somebody else got to speak. First of all,
play it real quick, then you can do your close. And Joseph already closed. Let me just play this real quick, please.
Okay.
Papa, where you reading? What did you take before going on that talk show? Where you talk that thing there? Coffee, tea, or what? What did you take?
So imagine, does it look like a professional minister? That man even look like minister. That boy look like a hustler. And that's why actually these things are happening. He telling somebody what it take, but look at his face. It look like he got to take 3 bottles of Guinness.
Maybe Tonio can tell us.
Yeah, look, but that's really he asking what the Papa take, but look at
Papa, where you reading? What did you take before going on that talk show? Where you talk that thing there? Coffee?
I mean, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing to the core. I just want to just rush them all and play them all I think
the man can always take something before he go on the stage, so he thinking the man took something.
No, but this, you know, again, like I will always say, man, people just got to stop this nonsense. It's so bad for our government. That my government did, so I would say that our government, it's so bad for my government, for real. You know, that these guys will come and just cause, you know, no order. They cause in every order, they just cause. And they care less. They care less. They say, you know what, maybe that a talking point, of course, you know. And at the end of the day, to tell you all the truth, the government is losing because of this. I beg you, let me play this one real quick, my brother Gibson. Then you can talk because we gotta go. Let me play this one real quick. And you know, okay, it's right here. It's right here. Let's play this.
Nothing should happen. So no wonder why we are as old as we are in this country like this. All the countries around us, Sierra Leone, Ghana, Nigeria, they all got their independence in the 1960s. We got ours in the 1940s. Compare us with it.
So that's what happened when you won't cause journalists and you say independent is 19something.
No, man, Stanley, I think it was just a mistake. It was just a slip. You can't tell me that guy doesn't know.
Man, that man own mistake I gone. Your mistake is my gain. So that man own mistake. I go. I think the fact of me is that it's an embarrassment, right? To see this guy just cussing on the young men. Listen, when would they empower the young men of our nation? Ask them, when would they empower the young? And that's the area, right? Information ministry. When would they empower them? When would they knock their chest and say, yes, thank God we have done this for this entity? They will call Asala Mita, they will eat the money. Go ask Martin Yamplo. They will call B Martin, they will eat the money. They will call Putu Martin, they will eat the money. They will call APM Terminal, they will eat the money. They will call Meta, they will eat the money. They will take 75,000 for media intelligence. No here, no tay. They eat it. It's on the document. They eat it 75,000 for media intelligence. The journalists then came together and they got so mad and said, why are you guys doing this to us? Independent media network, they are dying because the government people eating the money that's supposed to go to the independent media network. You guys are sitting there. They're drinking Guinness. What the other beer name? Modelo, Malobo, what the beer name? You can drink, you call it name. They're going all over. And this is so wrong. They got no agenda. The 2 years result. Where is the 2 years result? Where is it? Ask them. They didn't name some of the productivity 2 years. Ask them. The building still leaking. The guy they call Oyema, he credited the money, he paid back to Jeremy Pierre. He took $10,000 to go face it, he face it. They pour allow on, he paid back. The place is so toxic. It's bad. And you find it sitting out there saying they're running your ministry. It's dead. Dead. Nothing they got to say. Ministry is not podcast. That's the ministry of podcast. Michael and Parkers. I mean, you cannot, us government cannot survive on this cheap propaganda when you allow the minister himself, Minister Jeremy Pierre, to go around beating on journalists and insulting journalists. You cannot do that. The deputy CA, the deputy will beat on journalists and insult journalists. You cannot do that. I mean, it's wrong. The Liberian people will pay this government before because of Jeremy Pierre. It's foolishness. Can you work outside of government? No, he cannot. Ask him when he ever work outside of government. Ask Daniel Sano one last. Everybody here have worked outside of government. Everybody working outside of government. Maybe I don't know about Jefferson because he was independent CDC and Kano, he teaching at the law school, so I believe him. You know, he get his contract in South Africa. I understand that. You know, these guys cannot work outside of government. Ask Daniel Sano. When last The man get a contract from South Africa. human relation. But again, it's so bad for us to sit on this show and talk about the information minister. They make a lie like hell. You remember the story about Necotech? The message the government put in 25 billion. Why are the result of Necotech today? The government profile.
$10 million. $10 million.
You got no story about the $10 million complex. No story. No, nothing about the $10 million building. They got confused. Nobody know. So can you imagine that $10 million just fall from the sky and Bwaga start building that plane Lofa? And the contract was given to his nephew? Go and ask them. You'll ask them tomorrow what because of that. They will say we won't get the information yet. It been over 8 months. They started building that place last year, December. Information came up almost 8 months ago when it was discovered. People were afraid to go there. We have to pay people to go there to get videos. The information minister cannot talk about that. I know the information. I know exactly what happened. I know who went there. They still made President Bwaga so mad. I know it. I wanted to talk to them. I pull out the document. I know it. The person came from there, the one person of Bwaga House to get report. The president will fire that person. They ate the money. They think you see that arrow. They try to find the money and say, we're not putting money there. They ate the money. The guys that ate the money. That's the rescue government here. Then Daniel Sano say for Mana River Union. Daniel, who told you that for Mana River? You see how stupid they got that? No, let me leave this show to this Sunday. I pray on the call of many color. God forgive me. I pray on the call of many color. I don't call you. You're that close. You're that close.
See you just play a live video, please. I say you.
But that gives him. No, you know what? Let's finish up with Kanu. Then when you finish talking, we're not hearing again. Then we can talk our own. Yeah, let me.
Well, CEO, let me just lay one up I have before I respond with my closing comments. I know of late I've been talking about this Putu mining thing. You know, this concession that was in Grand Jeddah County. It's signed in 2010. It's been more than a decade now. Quite recently, a couple of years ago, or maybe a year or two, we started to hear that the United Party government has been looking into it to resuscitate it. But since then, we haven't heard anything. As a matter of fact, in my capacity as president of the bar, I wrote the National Investment Commission requesting a meeting to find out more of a fact-finding where we are. And quite interestingly, that letter, after responding that we will sit down, since then we have not heard anything from the Investment Commission. And I think it's just only important that Putu was so central to Grand Jeddah and the Southeast that we are quite interested. We want to know what is happening with the Putu mining concession. It's important for that information to be made public so that citizens are aware what the benefits are under that agreement. So that will be my own song we'll be singing here as we move along with the Ministry of Information and all the other things. Finally, just to say that again,
hold on. That conversation
Yeah.
is not the first. I will share some of the Putu mining document with you. All right. If you don't have it, I will share some of the original document with you and the status of it now. So we'll talk. It will be very important. I will discuss that. And I'm surprised that you can go ask Senator Yaya Nimle. He is full in Zopeno. They are beyond the Putu mountain thing. Go ask them. They will give you a lot of information there. Ask them. Have you asked them?
Well, the conversation has been outside before. I mean, I've spoken to Zoe, and there was a conversation that is being entertained, but we don't know what it is as yet. And people don't know where it's at yet.
Yeah, but I think you will be the best person to explain to the nation about this thing.
But statutorily, it's the Investment Commission that's responsible.
Brother, you see, things like bro under the government, forget about that statutorily and there's decent wordings, right? Forget to say it will not help you, right? People are playing games with the Putu mountain. People are cutting stuff for themselves with the Putu mountain. Let's talk in the back. Let me share. Let compare notes, and we'll know what to say. But I will tell you up front, if we bring your councilor team here with statutorily, it will not help you. It will fall flat. The people want a raw dog. So go ahead. Continue the rest of your closing.
Well, we can only continue to hope for the best. You know, Stato, you see, I'm a counselor at law. If I were to make certain statements and I'm held liable for those statements, you know what the people can say? They say they will tell you, say you should have known better when you're making those statements. So I'm very careful what I say, especially if I don't have all of the evidence. But again, I would like to see some of the documents so at least we can continue this conversation around Putu because it's so important. I mean, the last conversation to weigh in terms of public communication, I think we can all agree that there has to be greater decorum in how we engage the public, how we respond to the public, and how we interact with journalists who are the purveyors of information to the public. Sometimes it's not the most pleasant of duties because in that role, you will get heckled, you will get harassed, things will be said. Forget about even being a minister of information. If you are anybody with an opinion in Liberia and you express an opinion different from what some people believe, they will start heckling you, insulting you. A lot of things happen. But I think the greater moral authority, as we've all shared here, is placed on the ministry. So irrespective of what the issues may be, there is a greater responsibility on the ministry to behave in a manner that projects that it's a government entity, so to speak. So I can only end by, you know, reaching out to the people who lead that ministry to recognize that, you know, there's a greater responsibility there. Some of the challenges will come, you know, and you want to return fire for fire, but unfortunately, as the government spokesperson, you're not able to be returning fire for fire. You know, and I'll give a last point. I saw there was this minister in the executive mansion who was responding to somebody who had insulted him, and he went gutter, as we say, and the ombudsman compelled him to apologize, and he did apologize. But you see, you want to respond in kind to somebody else, but you are the one holding a public position. So it's difficult for you to be that person. So you just have to adapt the higher road. And I think that's where we are. And we can only continue to encourage those that are in public positions to model that kind of behavior so that others can also follow. I think those will be my parting comments while waiting to see what happens with Putu mining, because it's so very important.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor. It's always good having you. Hope you can join us tomorrow on the Big Up Spoon Talk. Thank you. My brother Jefferson Chesson.
Thank you, Senator. And my main concern is with the legislature, because schools are now receiving the necessary fundings. The hospitals are out of drugs. They are underfunded. People are dying from lack of oxygen at the JFK hospital. And we still see that government is pre-financing the House of Representatives because they were able to live up to the president's wishes or his wish to remove the speaker. And this is detrimental to our health sector, our educational sector. The streets are dirty. MCC is unable to clean the streets simply because there's no money to remove the dirt. And it's now a health hazard in our country. People are suffering from sicknesses now because of the amount of dirt on the streets. If this doesn't stop, the country will get into a complete chaos because of poor leadership under this president. We need to address the situation at the JFK hospital and other hospitals around the country. Stanton is terrible. I was at the hospital the other day visiting one of my relatives, And you would not believe that there are no beds for patients in this hospital, JFK. People are lying on the floor. Very poor health condition. And if we don't address this issue, most of the citizens would die from causes that are curable, because the government is not paying attention to the health sector and the educational sector. I would say to this government, if you came to rescue, please rescue our people. They are suffering and they are dying. Thank you, Stanton. Tonight has been a very good show, and I appreciate the opportunity being here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, my brother. Let's bring in Gibson, Gerald. Brother Gibson.
Thank you very much. Before I even talk about Gerald LeMake, I want to say this government is campaigning for George Weah. George Weah need to do too much campaign 2029. You just need to remind the people what this rescue government has done and was doing before the election. Before I leave here, I would be amazed if I didn't say that Kanyo was a very valuable member of the CDC, a spokesperson of the campaign. He went everywhere, and I think Kanyo still has what it takes to help the CDC to advance to the next level. And I think any attempt by anybody to try to attack him because of his opinion on CDC, it's not going to be good. All those who help the CDC must be encouraged to come back. And I will encourage my brother to come back, because I will be there beginning 2028. I will officially announce myself of 2028. George, somebody sent me a message. It's an audio message. And I heard George, we were talking to some people. And he said, when we get back, all mistakes that were made will be corrected and will work for the Liberian people. I believe him. But let me tell you something about what is happening at that information ministry. It is very difficult these days. Those days, you can have an exclusive interview with ministers. The Ministry of Information have made it very difficult to do that. They were able to convince all the ministers to meet at the Information Ministry on Tuesday and Thursday. And if you left and went to any ministry for an exclusive interview, they'll tell you, say, wait Tuesday or wait Thursday. So you can't get exclusive these days. The only way you can get them is in the street. And it's completely professional. And when I hear Gerald LeMake PR says in America, you don't follow people, they will kill you. That's not true. Journalists follow people. They are paparazzi all over the place. They follow you anywhere. Some people, sometimes government officials, you can be talking to people recording you, and the audio leak. At the minister, our Ministry of Information should be a public relations ministry, not a propaganda ministry. One thing Charles Taylor did, and I will say this, Taylor should be one person who we consider the dictator. Taylor separated the information ministry from a propaganda. Peter Kedo was the head of the propaganda unit of the Taylor government. They formed a particular group to counteract all opposition actions. You know, they call it cyber something. I can't remember their name, their exact name. And there were a group of journalists, group of writers who were in that office right when you park, before you get to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There's a building right there on your right hand, right after the executive mansion. There where they used to have the office. They brought people together who write to counter propaganda separated from the Ministry of Information. If this government want to have a propagandist, they can form something like that. And they can do it. But the information minister should be someone who will explain government policies, who will inform the people, who will tell the public what the government stands for, who will let journalists know what the government stands for. In fact, if you are information ministry and if I'm an information minister, and they met me down Waterside, and they asking me question about my government. That's the time for me to make my morale. That's the time to make my morale, because I will make it so sweet that you will go and turn that story around instead of against me and put it in favor of me. That's why we used to let put a Joe Mulbach. He used to know every newsroom. Joe Mulbach, before you go in the evening, Joe Mulbach can visit you. Anything you want to ask Joe Mulbach, he will answer. So let that be the practice of our government public relation arm. Don't insult people. Why would you insult Cummings? Why would you even think that Cummings drank King Juice to come talk on show? Does Cummings look like King Juice drinker? Does he look like opium smoker? Does he look like drug taker? Why will you reduce the position of the Minister of Information to the level of Prophet Key? This is disgusting. You can't insult a political leader just because you feel they are not in power. Every political leader is a governor in waiting. So when coming together tomorrow and they start to go after you, they say they go after the political enemies. But you can tell them, you can tell people that Cummings drink something or he took or something. It's below the belt. I want to say thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to say, and Kanyo, I will call you. I don't have your number, but I will call. I will find your number in the chat room. We'll talk. You know, you have a good place in your heart.
The men know in the chat room, man. You won't waste our time. The men know in the chat room, bro. Y'all go, man.
I keep the theory. I'm talking to my brother now. You can't let him cause trouble. You can't let him cause trouble.
Russell.
I'll wait
Yeah.
until the full talk before I go.
Okay. Thanks, Gibson. So that a few things. One, Senator, I know we may have touched on it a little bit, but I would recommend that we do a full show, or at least half of a show, or spend a significant amount of time on the state of affairs in the city of Monrovia and the city of Painesville. Okay, the sanitation condition, and I believe is a part of the arrest agenda to sanitation. I believe it's a part of that. But you know, this is not just this government. It's been happening. It happened under the last government. It was atrocious, and the serious health and sanitation risk. So I think that we should spend some time on trying to find solution. What are some solutions we can come up with? How to sustainably keep Monrovia and Painesville, or the greater metropolitan area, clean. And then I would also like us to have a conversation about looking at the positive side, the solution. Since the Ministry of Information doesn't want to talk about that, doesn't see all of the other things that are going around, positive things that they could potentially talk about. I'd like to recommend that we talk about the newly created Liberia National Tourism Authority. Now that is no longer part of the Ministry of Information. Maybe these guys are bored or something, or they're nostalgic about this entity now leaving and it's its own. I'd like us to take a look at that, and because it's a major job creating arm of the government, and I think that's part of it's a major part of the arrest agenda. So I'd like us to take a look at that too as well. Lastly, you know, we've said it all. It is unacceptable what is happening at the Ministry of Information. You know, the government needs to call these folks to book. We don't know all the details. I don't have all of the details, but just the snippet of information that you played, that you know, information that is attributed to the minister and his deputy, it is troubling. It is bad. Okay, I don't need to know any other context, even if they were told or there was some sort of agreement that, hey, you know, this is on background or whatever it is. there's no justification for them to be making those sort of condescending comments, whether against a journalist or against a political leader. I mean, that's just wrong. That's wrong-headed, and we shouldn't be doing that. And Gibson, you're right. Even in my campaign, Stanton, even here, they do have, like we had a group, a unit called the Rapid Response Team. Okay, that was a pure propaganda arm. So folks will come. I never touched it. I would never be a part of it. But we know. I mean, some of those guys, even though the campaign was being run here, but I had members of that team were in Liberia. They're based in Liberia. So if you want to find a way to counter your quote unquote your enemies or your perceived enemies, you can do that. But don't put the Ministry of Information. Don't reduce it to that level. So if you want to get engaged in propaganda and all of that sort of stuff, fire by fire, then create a rapid response team. They're going to go out all on social media and be doing all of that craziness, but not for the Minister of Information proper or the deputy to be saying the kind of things that they're saying. Censorship is antithetical to democracy. There's no place for it. Thank you, guys, and thanks to all of the listeners there.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna hang around and do a peaceful closing. It's a troubled time in our country. James Collett, we're talking about James Collett and all. But the lawmakers, the representative are pointing finger to James Collett that he's the one that the money went missing. And I told you guys that we got in this document and it's getting to be frustrating. I don't know how James Collett will get all of this one. I don't know how Richard Kuhn will get all of this one. But the place now have turned to be a hustle ground. Who expected this thing to happen? Seriously. Let's hear from you, Emmanuel. Let's hear from you. Hey, Emmanuel, while you close, talk to us about your convention. And I think it's this week, right?
No, it's next weekend, the following weekend.
Okay, then go ahead.
But yes, this is how I would do my closing. I want to thank every one of you. Connor, great congratulations on your recognition at your church today. More grease to your elbow. Thank the listener for listening to us. Your home.
Just so you know, for information, Connor Gray was not the only one who was recognized that today.
Okay.
Yours was too.
Okay. Okay, but he promoted Connor Gray. He promoted Connor Gray in the chat room.
So you took that clip with Connor Gray.
Yeah, he promoted Connor Gray.
Listen now, guys, listen though. I was in Minnesota, right? Somebody, one of Spoon many fans, took that clip and sent it to me. Conor Gray didn't send it to me. And I tried to listen.
I know Conor Gray will not do that.
Yeah, I tried to listen to it and it said, but look what happened. So we play, let it proceed. Now somebody sent it to me and I felt that it was good. I mean, if they
congratulations to the both of you.
To win for Russell, congratulations to you too.
Conor Gray is
recognized today, but
you can use Conor Gray for that position.
Why Jeremiah Pia and Daniel Sano were raining insults? The youth of the Alternative National Congress was contributing $1,000 towards the health treatment of a strong Liberian youth leader, Vani Yesia, who is currently in India. Nothing in our country has changed. Why they were raining insult? There was this dramatic video going all around, circulating on Facebook and YouTube of a young Liberian man that was being killed by motorcyclists. A high level of jungle justice. Nothing has changed in our country. Why Jeremiah Pia and Daniel Sano was raining Jeremiah Pia was raining insults on our people. The legislature was asking for extra budgetary allocation after using up the one that was given to them. Nothing has changed in our country. Why they were raining insults and pouring odiums of vituperation. We have an increase in ghettos in Liberia because of the increase in drugs in our country. Nothing has changed. So nothing has changed under this government, and I don't think it's going to change. That's the reason why we ask you to join the Alternative National Congress, to make our country a better country. Los Stanton, on the 24th of October, we will be meeting in Atlanta, Georgia. The political leader is already in the United States of America. And on the 24th, we'll be having a conversation with him. You are invited. Come and join us. On the 25th, we're going to be having our business meeting at 10 a.m. You are invited to have breakfast with us at 8 a.m. on the 25th. We're going to have our elections of new officer at the end of the day. And in the evening, we're going to end the day the ANC way, a very special banquet and ball. You are invited. The price for that banquet is $80 for couples, $50 for single. And all members of ANC out there, you can do your registration. It's $10. It's $10 for membership and $25 for registration to be a part of the business meeting. So if you are hearing me and you are a member of the Alternative Congress, if you are hearing me and you are friends of Mr. Cummings, and you are hearing me and just want to have a wonderful, wonderful, exciting weekend, I'm inviting you to join us in Atlanta, Georgia from the 24th of October to the 26th of October. So I look forward to shaking your hands. I will be at the door to meet you. Come and let us have a wonderful weekend of fun. Thank you.
Again, thank you. That was powerful. Guys, if you missed this, we want to say to you, please don't. If you have time to go there, to go enjoy, maybe Emmanuel George will buy your ticket of $80.
That's advertisement. You're not going to pay any money for that?
Oh, but Emmanuel about to cash out me. He just did.
Jesse Juro, you announced your campaign for the CDC. Nobody just
Emmanuel, you will send out cash out. We can give this announcement.
Okay. Okay.
But thank you, Conor Gray.
Yeah, Stanton, thank you so much. You know, I always say if you ask me, I will show you my church and my pastor, because salvation is very important. I will show you my church, other than
if the Bouaga government want propagandists, people who can devour people, they can make them chairman of the propaganda team. That's this area, and they have the expertise, but they don't know who they want to use.
So
who are you talking about? Who the man?
No, he was talking about Conor Gray. So Stanton, they don't ask me from a political party. More than likely I will support individuals who are running for the presidency, and that is to say, if George Weah and President Bouakai were the only two individuals left to advance forward in 2029 election, or anybody other than George Weah, President Bouakai has my support, because I still know that he's by far better, because he will never look at people who are opposed to him and say they're enemies of the state. Never. He will never say that. And I still believe that for somebody who championed the Table Mountain Declaration, that decriminalize journalism, if they can come right after that process and go to work and declare people who are opposed to that regime as enemies of the state, there's nothing else that individual needs to tell me that I can buy. Look, the record of the past regime will speak for itself. I don't care how they try to distance themselves. They can come from the water as alligator and say, I'm lasered on land, so people should play with me as pet. My brother, look, those reptiles are dangerous when they come out of that water. So is that the former regime. They already declare you enemies of the state. Nothing else they can sugarcoat to make you think that they are better than any other regime that will come to power. And I look forward to that 2029 debate, because you know what? We're going to be digging up those records. And the likes of Jerry and I, we've been on the foxhole before against each other. I know his strength. He knows my strength. We don't cross each other. The power of the pen, the power of the lips, those are the only two things we depend on, or three, if you want to say that. The thing about propaganda is that don't take it personal. It's a job that you have to be schooled in. And I will ask the Ministry of the President in general to take a keen look into that Ministry of Information. They can distort all that the president is doing. Look, clearly, what this government is doing is by far, far better in the last 2 years than the entire 6 years of the former regime. Those people don't mean well. Imagine they were counting on a second a second term. They screw up like that. How much more when they come there? They no longer need your vote. Think about it. Man, you think corruption then was a wear skirt or wool skirt? This time it will wear I would call a robe that will cover from head to toe. Because you know what? People are coming out fearlessly. That's why I urge this government to go after some of these people who stole in the past. If you don't do that, you embolden them. Now, they used to be afraid. The first 6 months, all of them left the scene. They have come back because they're emboldened. Go after them. It's not late. Change that that anti-corruption guy. Go after him. Change him. Bring somebody more robust. Clark Martin, it's a paper, a week. The air, the wind can blow him away. He knows nothing about prosecuting crime. That's why I say it's a sedition in disguise. And yes, until you change him, nothing good will come out of this government. Change that guy. Go to the Ministry of Information. Make sure you get people that will sell what the government is doing positively. A lot is going on. Oh, man, too many things. But you know what? They eventually, the voters will see, unless they just want to change somebody because it's their habit to do that. But I cannot compare the two administrations, the last one and this one. This by far is better 10 times than the last administration. And I hope the voter will see some goodness in what this government is doing and be able to go forward and use that to make a positive change. Now, don't bring that guy who failed here before. That guy mean no good. Thank you, Stanton.
No, thank you, Greg. Thank you very much. It's good to go back and listen to what people are praising you on. Let's play.
Very kind to me. I was on Spoon Talk not too long ago, and he was very kind to me.
He has to be from here. Okay. I warn you.
It can be some belligerent people on that show. But currently, you're very kind to me. Well, thank you. As I said on your show, as I said, you all perform a task that I think is needed. But I encourage you guys to do it with grace, do it with respect, do it with honesty, and do it with truth. Because at the end of the day, your voices may be the only voices some of our people hear. What they hear must be the truth. So I pray for you guys all the time, even though I struggle to come on your show because I don't know which angle you're going to take. But you all perform something that is needed. But again, from my heart to you, do it with grace, with integrity, or most of all, do it with truth. And at the end of the day, now let me get to the task at hand. Yeah. I told him I have a plane to catch, but it's not until 6 o'clock, so we can stay until 4.
So there you go. Look, great. Thank you very much. And thanks to the Reverend Don. He appeared on our show. And thanks to you and Winfrey also that represented Spoon Network. And he was able to give nothing but blessing. And he said, do it with grace and do it with truth. We try to be
for context, they call me before they call Spoon. Before they call Conor Gray, but the person decided to take just Conor Gray piece and leave my piece out. So that's am I lying?
Getting all the person Koga mad.
Thanks to you guys, seriously. Thanks to Reverend Don, seriously. He's a good guy.
He was good. He's a great speaker, man.
Thanks to him.
Thanks to him, man. Thanks for him.
Before we move, I want to play this. I usually don't do this, but I'll give you want to play this real quick.
But did you say that building was being constructed by the MRU?
Well, so I don't know about the project in question. Somebody did a post, and as always, people send things to you, and somebody gave me information which was not accurate, about what they sent to me. And I think to that effect, I made a comment which was very erroneous. But that comment does not represent the position of the government of Liberia. And that's why when I was asked in my capacity here as a deputy spokesperson, I said the government will address the issue of that project at the appropriate time. I cannot give you information in bits and pieces. I can understand that people are speculating. But at this point, I'm not just prepared to talk about it because I think I'm not authorized to speak about it.
But he spoke about it already. He said he thinks he's not authorized, but he spoke it on social media. He said it's for the MRU. And that's the problem we have with Daniel Sando. Daniel Sando is hustling. I'm not going to get mad at him. You know, he worked in Yombly office. He owed a lot of people, the staff were there when he was there. You know, now he's there making small money, you know, $300 here, $1,000 from people that come on his podcast. He used the ministry to do a podcast, something of course. He used other network, like the Spoon Network, to go and cover him as he carried on his podcast to generate money for he and Jeremy Pierre, right? That's how they get a hustling money. That's how they get a transportation. That's how they get a beer money, if you may call it like that. So the issue remains that it's just an embarrassment. You say, well, you misspoke. Misspoke what? Don't you think that you know yourself to be deputy minister? And you know, but the truth remains. They cannot talk and speak to Liberians about the $10 billion project in Lofa. They just can't. They must have a story. This have hung over them. You accuse Joe Biden of building 18 condominiums. Then you go put $10 billion project somewhere that does not make sense. So it just hung over them, and that's the fact. So we went ahead. We asked Kula Fofana, Kula, can you tell us about the GMB project? They listen to Kula.
As to the presidential villa, in all honesty, I've not really made key follow-up because, yes, we've heard of it in different...
I don't know what wrong with Kula. Let me just call it. She may follow up. Almost 9 months, she may follow up. You know, these are the nonsense. And I'm my sister Kula. Kula is my counselor, by the way. I don't need Karen, but Kula is my counselor. But it's embarrassment to understand that she has said she got no story to tell. Should we go to Colonna cry again? She will say, well, it's for the country, it's for the government. Well, what's going on? But yes, the mystery. The government spent $10 million on that project. Till we meet again, guys. May God bless you. May God keep you. Have a wonderful Sunday evening. Be good. Be safe. Leah with God, Darius. More days ahead. I want to say thank you.
Sharing all the videos, so no need for you to talk again.
I want to say thanks, Councilor. It's good to see you. I want to say thanks, Jefferson. To you, my brother, welcome back. Emmanuel, it's good to see you. Conor Great, as always. Darius.
Let me give my man 1 minute, man.
Darius, Jion Combre. When I go last,
you close another day.
I know the man will close another day. All right, guys. Thank you very much, and have a good evening. Dama, thank you very much, my friend. Do the needful as promised. You're a good guy. Bye, man.
Folks, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for listening. This is how we bid you farewell from Monrovia, Liberia. Good morning to all of you listening to us here in Liberia, and have a wonderful day wherever you are in the world. Bye-bye.